Thank you for the follow, Johnny. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Thank you for that subscription as well. I saw that, thank you. Let me just grab a drink in the fridge, okay? Let's see, where's... Yeah? Or you the one who got the sniper card as well? Or was that somebody else? Why are you called not Johnny Rose? I thought Johnny Rose was your name. We? Oh, I see. Okay, hang on. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, considering how large Twitch is, it's hard to kind of get the name that you want. What's the video and audio like? Is it good? Oh, we have a lot of people who's joining. Alright, okay. Damn, I'm up to 349k health. Jesus Christ. Alright. Okay, so run number 1 then. We need everybody to join. Right now it's just waiting for Holo and Michi. Michi. Waiting for Holo. There we go. Okay. So first you need to talk to all of these knights. You need to like trigger at least 6 of them, I believe. This is like 3 now. You can trigger the same one multiple times. It's a bit of a bug in the script, I'm not gonna lie. So 4. The fact that we can do this like that because it It counts cells around the character, but it doesn't care if you're actually right next to it or not. Okay, so we should be done with this part now. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna talk to this gate, and then we have to run through the gate. Right. Everybody here? Yes. Okay. Then you run up, and there's gonna be dialogue. There's a lot of yapping in this instance. I mean, so have most instances because they're about lore, right? So. And then we'll click I go. Now we're warped to this place. Now it's basically just waiting. It's gonna be a huge sequence here. A lot of RPing. Varmint is telling Schmidt to be careful, and Schmidt's like, "Nah, I got this," and then he gets sucked into the orb. Yeah, this just basically plays out on its own. And we just sit there and wait. Okay, talk to him. As you can see, it's getting more and more intense the longer this goes on. The effects just kind of keep stacking on top of each other. There we go, and he gets pointed into the orb. With all the RP, one run takes like, I don't know, 10 minutes maybe. And then there's some other cool effects going on here. Showcasing his, I don't know, getting cursed, I guess. Like he's being, you know, pulled into the... Now Oscar is going to take us through. Now we have to start clearing these rooms. Everything has to die. Now since we have personal card drops here, it's kind of cool because everybody has a chance to get cards. This is cleared as well. How about everybody wants the same pile? So you clear out like, was it like 4 or 5 of these rooms, and then Yeah, we're missing something. Oh, there we go. Okay. And now the launch, the last one, and then after this, it's gonna be boss. There we go. Careful. Yeah, you're gonna die. Okay. That was the first one completed. Well, I mean... Okay, then talk to Oscar, and then you get teleported out, and you get your shard, and you get your Valor emblems, and your EXP. Why does it say it's entering Fall of Glast time? Oh, interesting. So I'm gonna reset it. If you guys want to do that as well, and just find my Covalian crystals. I know I have some, I just need to find how I have. There we go, 1900. Okay, I have enough. Okay, so you have to leave the party in order to reset it. This is the 1-day instance, if I'm not mistaken, right? Follow last time. Is that like some? Is that everyone? I think? No? But yeah, each run is pretty fast. Just a lot of RP. Holy crap, I have like 2 rows of buffs. I don't know if you guys can see all of it. Everybody inside? I think everybody's inside. It should warp us down. Oh, there we go. Da, 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 da. Okay, now we do the next part again. Honestly, you guys can do that. I'm just gonna run to the end. Like, I cannot be bothered. Like, I just... Alright, walk in. Since I have to do all the RP, you guys can kill the stuff. I feel like that's fair. Okay. Time to sit AFK. Damn, there's like 3 250s in this run. Can we see Laxam's equipment? Cannot, it's closed. Boo. I love the wings they're using though. Alright, you can just hold down enter, that works. My eyes! I think I overdid it with this orange effect thing. Oh, yeah. Imagine if there was no RP in this instance, it would be like 3 minutes long. Maybe. So if you would start like here, basically, right? I love how there's 2 of them here because I failed at the code. So whatever. Here, so you would start here and then just clear all the rooms and the boss. The amount of times I've gotten an Alice card from this, for whatever reason. I would love to get some of these ones. This Cursed Knight and very cool. Well, there's like 2 normal cards in here that are unique to this instance. The Mounted Horses and these guys, right? They're both for Imperial Guard, if I'm not mistaken. So it'd be kind of cool to get those. Give them to my Imperial Guard. They're called Insane. So Insane Knight and Cursed Knight. Ah, I got a Brigand. Yay! Okay. Alright, time for boss. Wow! Did you guys see how quickly this thing actually died? Jesus. Okay. Oh man. Alright, go reset if you guys want more. The damage was absolutely insane though. Between everybody popping their ultimates at the boss, it's just, oh my goodness me. Dude absolutely just blew up. But yeah, the runs are pretty fast, especially with so many people. And since everybody has, we have what we call personal card drop system, right? You know, I can also be support watch. It actually gives some nice EXP to people who aren't 250, I think. Wait for everybody to be in. Since I am the leader, I have to be the one triggering the dialogue. Otherwise it won't work. Alright. You're good. I'm gonna go and wait at the end. You guys can trigger these. So this is how it's zoomed in it's supposed to be, right? Like this is how the game was designed. Like this, not... But I can't see anything. Okay. RP time. So how is your weekend going, Johnny, then? Today's what, Sunday? Yeah, today's Sunday. RP. I mean, like I said, the instance is about the story about what happened to Glast Heim, right? So, it makes sense, right? But if you're trying to farm it, it is incredibly time-consuming to have to watch this over and over again. I mean, okay, fine, it's a few minutes, but... Just hold down the enter key. Schmidt gets sucked into the orb, like the genius that he is. Schmidt, you idiot! Idiota! Well... This is what, run number 3, I think? I had 2 shorts, yeah. I'm pretty solid doing shorts, bouncing between things because they're prepping for stuff. I mean, sounds alright. Hope you. Well, I mean, I did some deep flat cleaning yesterday, you know. Did some dishes, did laundry, you know, vacuum, cat litters, you know, very basic stuff. Had a nice shower in the heat wave for whatever reason. I decided that, you know, during the heat wave was a great time to deep clean my flat for whatever reason. But yeah, no, it's alright. Its hormones are settling nicely since it's about a week in now. But yeah, no, it's fine overall. You know, it's doing well. Getting a lot of stuff done on the server and a few other projects as well. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. Some night changes coming on Thursday. To Madness. Gunslinger up to Nightwatch is getting their skill shrinkage. Some UI changes is coming as well. Bug fixes, you know, pretty casual stuff. Sorry, not casual, cool, pretty cool stuff. But yeah, no, it's going well. Working on a bit of a side project as well, not for the server though. Alright, boss time. What do you mean busted? You mean hidden card? The hidden card is very powerful. But what other ultimate do they have? I thought they only had hidden card. The one that gives you range damage. Or am I missing something? A Rebellion ult with Night... Oh, yeah, you mean Acceleration Bullet together with Hidden Card. Yeah, that kicks a pretty nasty punch, doesn't it? Like, if you use both of them at the same time, you deal some pretty absurd damage. I assume you mean those two, right? Like, those two together. Acceleration Bullet plus, yeah. Well, I mean, then you need an MVP card, right? Like, not counting EDP because it's an MVP card, but just Acceleration Bullet and, Hidden Card together, you deal a lot of damage. Is this everyone? So no. I mean, they are a DPS class though, so I mean, it's not that this is strange. Well, the Inquisitor is also tankier and has way more mobility and utility than the Nightwatch does. Nightwatch is just, it deals a ton of damage, literally. Like, that's, I'm not gonna say quotation mark, that's all they do, but they are extremely damage heavy. Like, that is their main thing, right? Oh yeah, no, I mean, the 5 second is still very different from the 1 second. Alright, hang on. Guys, I need to be the one triggering the dialogue, otherwise it doesn't work. Okay, here we go. I mean, I will probably, if their damage is overtuned, I will tune it down, okay? So, I'm not saying it's gonna stay that way forever. They will make sure to be in line with other classes as well. Like, pure DPS classes, that is. But I do know if you pop both of your cooldowns at the same time, they do deal a ton of damage. Which isn't bad, okay? That's not a problem, really. It's just if their base values are fine or not. I really don't know. I will see when I get there, I guess. Yeah, no, I mean, that's another thing as well, right? When you have different damage modifiers, it helps you deal even more DPS, because you're not saturated, right? Like, if I gave you an ult that gave you 200% damage to all races, that isn't gonna be that strong, because you already have quite a bit of racial damage on your gear, or cards, right? So, it really boils down to what type of bonuses you're getting. Like, modifiers in this game is very... what's the word I'm looking for? You have something that we like to call damage buckets, okay? And each, like, different modifiers go into different buckets. And what you want to do is you want to raise all of these buckets, because they will work with each other. That's why, for example, stacking 400% crit damage isn't as good as doing 200% crit damage and 200% damage to that element, for example. Because you're oversaturating one bucket. You want to fill all the buckets, basically. What do you mean Endless Tower was a good change? Oh! Yeah. No, it's okay. I can understand why you would mix the names up, because, I mean, technically Madless isn't endless, but it's very similar to how Endless Tower works with the floors, right? So I can see it. But yeah, damage buckets is a huge thing, okay? But like, Nightwatch is supposed to deal a lot of damage, because they have shorter range than, what they call? Windhawks, right? So they're more up close and personal while being ranged. Whereas Windhawks has, you know, screen wide range. Now, they're both DPS classes. But they play differently. Having said that, though, I'll see what the damage numbers look like when I reach Nightwatch on the rework for Thursday. Or the skill squish, not the rework. Rework is the wrong word. I have changed a couple of skills. And I will continue changing some skills around. But it's not a rework. Like, they're not getting their full rework. At least not yet, anyway. Okay. Whoops. Wow. I cannot click anywhere. Look at me go. No, I want the kill! I want to kill! I got one kill. Well. Yeah, just like Archmages, I feel like Nightwatch will probably outdamage Archmages, because we also have, we're like the magic equivalent of Windhawks. We have super high range. Like, we literally have screen-wide range on our skills. Which isn't a problem per se, but for another DPS class to exist, they will have to do something that we cannot, which is if they deal even higher numbers or have some sort of other way of then like helping the group or the instance or whatever. Bro's getting cooked. Oh my god. You know, it's interesting. People wait for me to make this type of group, but even without me, you guys would have been more than fine to do this. Like, I'm just along for the ride. I might have been the one who started the party, but you don't need me. Guaranteed. Like, you guys could run this without me, without problems. It's like people are afraid to start a group unless I'm the one doing it, right? Like, it's... Yeah, no, it's coming, it's coming. I'm just doing the skill shrinkage first and a few other things, I think. What? Why can't I invite Holo? Oh, here we go. Alexa, Mitch. But yeah, I am curious why people aren't making these groups by themselves. Like... Waiting for Holo. When I was looking for people, no one came until I started whining. What do you mean until you started whining? I mean, Joe, Jule was looking for people and I said I could run a couple of runs. I don't know what you mean by whining. Man, I didn't have bubblegum on for the last run. Sad. Remember when I started complaining that I had no one to play with? That's when I found people to come. Oh, you mean like that? Okay. I thought you were referring to me. I was like, my run had nothing to do with you saying you couldn't find anybody. Like... But yeah, I am curious why... Like, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, there's personal card drops now as well. Like, and everybody gets the shard. Like, everybody gets the shard and you have your own chance of drops for cards. Like, there is no reason to not party up for this instance. The EXP is good, you get personal card drop chances, you get the shards for everyone, like... I just don't see, like, people happily go with me, but why don't people just go by themselves, like, without me, I mean? Yeah, no, I remember you saying that you couldn't find anybody to play with, which I think is strange, because there's so many people who want to do Fall of Glast Heim. So I would assume that people would jump on the opportunity to do the dungeon as soon as it's presented. I really don't know what's that about, honestly, like... Because usually when I run, we get 4 to 5 people without too much problems. We're gonna be 6 for the next run, because Zari is joining as well. So I really don't know what that's about. True, but it's only a couple number of people who can do it. Like, if you're doing it now, so when you do it, it's a safe bet. Yeah, but I mean, you don't need somebody like me to run the dungeon. I'm gonna show you something. I'm just gonna stand and do nothing on the boss, okay? Like, everybody can run the dungeon up to the boss, okay? That's not a problem. But on the boss, I'm just gonna stand there and I'm just gonna show you something. Yeah, no, but I mean, even without him... Yeah, but that's my point. I'm not needed. I'm just here. Like, I don't actually do much. I just casually kill things here and there, but like, I don't actually... it's not like this is working because of me. That's my point. Okay? Like, I'm not carrying anybody. I'm just here. Like, we're just participating. That's the point. It's not like I am carrying everybody else. I feel like people underestimate what they can do unless somebody else they think is strong comes with them. Okay, I'm not gonna touch the boss. Putting this to get a look. I didn't do anything. I put down a thingy just to tag it to give more EXP, but that didn't really deal any damage. Remember trying to gather a group that 2 or more, nobody was empowered to even remotely clear it and just... I mean, the thing is, we did this close to when it was new. And we were like 3 people, me, Mick, and Joalpha. And we did this with 3 characters that had no minis, no MVP cards, no super high refines. And it was slow, okay? It was very slow, but it was doable. That's the point. Well, yeah, of course, it was strategic. We had a tank, a support, and a DPS. But that's the point. You can do it. You don't need super Pepega Omega gear. That was the point. Like, it's... And yes, I get that if there's 3 people who don't really know each other, getting them all to fulfill different roles is gonna be harder. But I do get that. It's harder to make a group function if it's not a pre-planned group. I assume that's what you're trying to say, right? Yeah, no. I understand, I understand. I'm just saying it does work. It's just harder to pull it off. But it does work. Like, that's... I understand that that's a problem. Especially, it might be hard to find a proper tank. I know Hollow is a tank here, for example, and I can actually tank Schmidt as well. But it is hard to find somebody who can tank it. Because the thing is, if you can tank it, you don't really... Yeah, no, definitely. Population will definitely improve the issue. Okay? Like... The more active people we have, the easier it will be to find a group. And the easier it is to find a group, the more people we will get. You see how this is a bit of a catch-22 problem here, right? We're just waiting for Zari. There we go. I just need to trigger the stupid dialogue. There we go. But yeah, it's a bit of a catch-22, where people will play on a server that has people, but people don't want to play on a server if it doesn't have a lot of people. But a server won't have a lot of people unless there's a lot of people playing on it. It becomes this... I mean, we're slowly building a community, and I'm really proud of the community that we have. We have a lot of really good people. But, like, to attract the big crowd, we need to be big. In order to attract the big crowd... in order to be big, we need to attract the big crowd. Now, having said that, there is also an inherent problem with this, because we are a highly customized server. We're not gonna be for everyone. Which, I mean, you can say that this is a problem, but I'm gonna say that it's... some people literally leave the server because there's no auto loot. And some people play here because there isn't auto loot. Right? Like, it's... Some people say it's quality of life. I personally think it's game-breaking and boring. But yeah, no, it's... I do think with release of more 200 plus content, more people will, you know, play actively. Because if you look at the Rift, okay, when we had the anniversary, our player numbers were quite high, which means that we do have a community of people who want to play, but they need more stuff to do to actually play actively, which means we need more content, right? So, as I release new content and new changes and reworks, we will get more players, or rather, let me rephrase, we will have more active players. Because if it was one thing the anniversary event proved, is that we do have a big community. It's just people are very casual or waiting for content, right? Like, it's... If they played through everything the server has to offer right now, they're waiting for new things to do. Like, let's say, Crystal Palace, or other 200 plus things. So, do we have a big community? We do. We absolutely do. I just need to, you know, produce content for people to actually want to go in and play. Which makes sense. I mean... Schmidt, you idiot! Idiota! Oh, I forgot to click the... This weapon for me gives me what? In damage gives you 20% crit chance. Yeah, I know what you're saying, because it doesn't all it has, well, quotation mark, all it has is damage modifiers for 3rd class. That's what you're saying, right? I mean, the gear is designed for 3rd class, so, you know. Again, this is an issue that will be solved by more 200 plus gear coming out. Yeah, but you don't even use those skills anyway. So... I mean, just 20% crit chance is not too bad, but I do get what you're saying. The lack of 200 weapons is a problem for 4th jobs, which will be solved with the Crystal Palace. I forgot to put EXP on share, my bad. It's fine. Most of the EXP comes at the end anyway. I'm very excited, yeah. Yeah, I understand. I'm excited for them too. I've been using this fucking super adventurer weapon since, you know, the dawn of time. I need a 2-handed staff with Pepega Omega damage on it. So... I am excited as well. I mean, I'm also a player, remember? So... You know, when I'm stuck in content, sorry, when you guys are stuck in content, I'm stuck in content too. It's not like I have access to something you guys do not. Card, please. No. Okay. So. But yeah, I also want 200 weapons for many of my characters, so it's definitely it's not just for you guys, it's for me as well. Because it's also for me, you have to remember, as a dev, it's also exciting for me to work on new content, okay? Reworking skills isn't very exciting work, I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? Adding new content, however, with new maps, new mechanics, new monsters, is... Like, I've been reworking skills for the past 6 years, okay? Doing that isn't really that exciting. Sally, you have to leave... So yeah, working on 200 plus content is definitely more exciting for me as a developer than reworking old skills, okay? So it's not just for you guys, right? Like, it's also for me. It's more fun to work on new things. Like, when I was making Fall of Glast Time, this was pretty fun. Because here's the thing, I had never seen Fall of Glast Time before, like, how do you say this? Like, officially. I had never played the instance before, okay? So, I basically had to use videos to try and see what the instance should be like, with the NPCs and the dialogue and the maps being used, and the monsters, and like, it was a huge thing to try and figure out how this instance actually works, with the mechanics, and it was really fun. It was frustrating sometimes, because I don't have any personal experience with instance. But it was definitely fun to make, and then being able to release something completely fresh, right? So yeah, no, I too am excited to be able to work on 200 plus content. It's both as a player and as a dev. It's And watching people explore something new that you made is fun. Just waiting for Zaricat to enter the instance. Yeah, no, I am also looking forward to that a lot. It feels like Christmas. I'm good for this year. I mean, like I said, I will try to do new content and then a rework and then new content and then a rework. So I give people some time to do the new content and we get some reworks in between. So I kind of try to alternate so people have something to do while I'm releasing reworks as well, right? Instead of, if I were to release new content every 2 weeks, we would get no reworks and people would feel overwhelmed because they have no chance to do all of it, right? At least that's how I feel anyway, you know. It's a Schmidt standing there. I think the Crystal Palace is going to be really cool. I have some really cool ideas for music and mobs and like it's I also want to keep reworking MVP cards and minis that aren't reworked yet, so we reach a point where they're all reworked, right? Like that would be a good thing as well. Randomly is about them which hyper skill in it since you lacks that. Or autocast. I mean, ideas are always welcome. Whether that's gonna end up happening or if it's a good idea or not, I don't know. But ideas are always welcome. I mean, the problem is I don't want to make hybrid cards because I don't want people to be able to play a Cardinal and be able to do full support and full DPS at the same time, because that will just become way too powerful. Having said that though, if you look at Archpriest card, oh no, I know, that's gonna be turned into a pure DPS card, like so. Right now it enables your DPS skills, but it's gonna be changed so that if you are a Cardinal using it, it will probably boost those skills or your 4th job skills or something, I don't know. Or increases the damage, or I don't know. We'll see. I mean, then again, I don't think 4th class skills is a good idea to put on that because it's like a tier 2 card. A Shepherd does exist, it does. This is true. clear this room again. Murder Alice. The thing is, you're not actually supposed to be able to kill these, the thorns. I don't know, I failed at making them, I guess. They're supposed to be invincible. Okay, boss time. Kill it! It is dead. It is done. Dude is dead. How many runs have we done? We've done 7. Alright, we're gonna do 3 more runs, I guess. If people are up for it. See, how many crystals do I still have? Oh, I still have 1,900. Wait. A daily is only 10? Or not? For some reason I thought it was 100. I don't know. Do we have Zodiac at the moment as well? Hang on. Are you sure? Holy shit, we do have Scorpio, so it's even cheaper. Nice. Okay. That's why it's 10, not... Right. Yeah. No, you're right. I was like, wow, it's so cheap to reset instances. Like, Jesus. Okay. One day. I honestly, I didn't even think about that. Because I have like almost 2,000 crystals. Because I always, you know, gather them from logging in and from events and stuff, but I never really reset instances as much. So... Is everybody? 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel like I'm forgetting somebody. Ah, our priest. No? Wait, who am I forgetting? Oh, sorry, Laxa. You're standing on top of somebody else. That's why I couldn't see you. Yeah. Sorry. Wasn't trying to single you out. I did, yeah. A very lucky draw. Okay. I will wait for you guys at the end of this one. And you guys can clear this or whatever. Let me in! You guys getting any decent EXP in here? I feel like not everybody is aware of the personal card drop system. Has anybody actually gotten a card so far? Like either a normal card or a MVP? I don't think so. At least not that I can see. I mean, the MVP we would have seen, but I haven't seen anybody getting an actual normal card either. Then again, there's only like 30 mobs per runes. I'd love to get my hands on one of the other cards. Kill him! I wonder if there's a way I can make it so we don't have to actually leave the party in order to reset an instance. I wonder if that would be possible. Yeah, exactly. That's one of them. Yeah. There's that one, and then there's the other one, right? I'm pretty sure. I think it's White Knight and Kalitzberg something, right? I want to get mini. You're gonna open OCAs. Alright. Lol. How many did you open? That is so lucky, Jesus Christ. 1 in 20. Wow. I know it might not be the best mini that you want, but 1 in 20 is insanely lucky. Like, that is really, really lucky. I mean, that's the thing about math, okay? It will balance out eventually. It's like the thing you were saying about killing MVPs to find cards. If you kill enough MVPs, you're gonna get that amount of cards in time. That's just how math works, right? Like, if you kill enough, if you want a kill card, if you kill him enough times, eventually you're gonna get a card. Like, that's just how it's gonna be, right? Just like if you run Madness enough times, or EP enough times, or even Fall of Glast time, the same principle applies. You do it enough times, you're gonna get cards. Like, math will even itself out over time. The same thing with OCAs. Some people are extremely, like, for example, I had 1,300 OCAs without a minibus card, okay? And then I pulled like 3 minibus cards out of, I don't know, maybe 100, which is insanely lucky. Yeah, exactly. It's just sometimes RNG screws you over and sometimes it doesn't. I'm still saying your MVP cards in the Rift is a perfect example of this. Nothing for what, 30k, and then it just started raining MVP cards. Like, it will drive you mad, but it's just how it works. Yeah, that was pretty insane. Yeah. It's not completely randomized, but yes, I know. It has a certain few it can pick from, but it's not 100% random. Like, it randomizes within a group of mobs that it can pick from. Yeah. No, not yet. That would be Nightmare or Row. I haven't been in the mood or frame of mind to try it yet. We'll see whenever I feel up for testing it. As they're saying it's gonna be a long-term server that isn't gonna disappear, I feel like I don't have much of a rush to try it. I know, I'm just saying, you know, that's what they're saying. It's gonna be a long-term server, so I don't know. Whether that's the case or not, I hope so for their sake, but... we wish them well. Keep taking towns. I mean, a lot of servers come and go, so who knows, right? But that's why I'm saying one thing about this server that I'm managing is longevity. No random disappearance, no wipes, no bullshit. People can, you know, have their characters and come back to them even if they go on a long break. We're probably one of the longest standing private servers at the moment. I mean, there's a few that's been around for like 2 decades and stuff, but most servers die within a couple of months. I'm not saying Nightmare or Row will do that, I'm just saying most servers don't last. For one reason or another. Dude, I mean, go ahead, see if it's fun. I don't know, some people seem to say it's really good. Some people say it's awful, so I mean, I think it's gonna be a lot like Whispers, where it's not for everyone. You know, some people will like it and other people won't. That's always gonna happen when you run a customized server, right? Some people will love it, some people will think it's garbage. Oh, cool. Where are you guys going? People just play Ragnarok and enjoy multiple stuff. I mean, here's the thing, right? You don't have to play on just one server. I'm sure there's plenty of people who play on multiple servers that play on Whispers. Like, they might play on another server between content on Whispers, or when they feel like they need to some change temporarily. Like, that's perfectly fine. This is also why I don't act like a child. Like, people can discuss other servers in the community. That's perfectly fine. I don't mind. People are gonna play where they want to play. Now, if somebody came in and started spamming advertisement for another server, I would be like, okay, that's kind of cringe, stop that. But, like, just talking about another server, France for a bit and maybe some other country, just 2 weeks on the road, get on. I mean, that sounds fun. You know, break the everyday life, right? It's needed. You need change, right? Like, everybody needs some to break the everyday cycle. But yeah, no, I have no problems with people talking about other servers in my Discord. It's not a problem. The only time I will mind, again, is if somebody comes in and starts spamming a Discord link and saying, come join our new server, blah, 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 blah. See, that I would have a problem with, because it's just really lame. But just discussing it, I really don't mind. And people go, oh, but what if somebody hears the discussion and wants to change server? I was like, honestly, if that's the case, they're probably gonna change server anyway, and trying to prevent people from talking about something isn't gonna make your server better. I'm just gonna focus on trying to provide a good server, and then, you know, people will play where they want to play, right? Like, it doesn't... I'm not here to control anybody or tell anybody what they should or shouldn't do. Oh no, I agree. Change is definitely healthy. Okay, Holo said they were leaving after this one, so... I mean, we're I don't know, wait, how many have we done? We've done... Okay, yeah, this is my last one as well, then. Since we'll have done 10, then I think that's a healthy amount to do in one go. I think I'll be out after this one, so... 10 instance runs is plenty for one go. we go, and... Okay. GG. Okay. I think we're gonna play some Diablo. Okay. Let me just turn it on. I've played Project Diablo 2, for example. I did a Grail on that one, which was kind of fun. The mapping system was cool. As a person who enjoyed PoE 1, it was definitely a... And slamming items was fun too. If that's what you're referring to. Oh! New item, Stout Nail, Ethereal. I mean, it was. I had a lot of fun playing Project Diablo 2. Like I said, I did a Grail on it, so I feel like I kind of completed that mod. If you want to call it completed. I'm sure they've added a ton of stuff to it since I last played it, though. But at the time, I feel like I completed it. Median X. I tried that a little bit. I didn't enjoy it too much. It felt way too exaggerated for me. Like, it wasn't my... I'm not saying it was objectively bad. I'm saying it felt a bit too insane for me, for my taste. Yeah, it feels like a good game to play only once. Like, yeah, no, like I said, it wasn't bad. It was just way too much. Like, I think PD2 hit a very good balance of custom and keeping original things, whereas Media and XL kind of went. They turned it more into Diablo 3 than anything else. Like it became just very. Are there still a lot of people playing Media and XL at all? Wow, she's melting. That's all she dropped, a ruby? Really? Bro. That's on player 7 terrorized Andorial in hell. All she gave us was a flawless ruby. That's literally all she dropped. Oh no, wait, no, never mind. We have loot filter on, that's why I couldn't see the rest. I guess the rest was just shitty items that were hidden. I'm basically just using up all my worldstone shards. Because, well, they just kind of collect dust otherwise. I didn't know, they drop so frequently. I do. It is. I mean, it might also be because it's a new class for the first time in like 20 years in the game, so there might be that reason as well. I do think that the taming of the demons is pretty cool, and they have a lot of. They are very powerful though. Like they are really. Some would say too powerful. They just have so many things they can do. Now, having said this, it's not like a lot of other classes are super balanced either, if you look at what they can do. So, I mean, Hammered-in, Mosaic Assassin, Sorcerer with Blizzard. Like, there's a lot of really powerful builds out there. So, it's not like Warlock is the only one that is actually really strong. I do think, and I've said this before, it does need nerfing. I do think so, honestly. The thing is, it's already been nerfed as well. Like, this is post-nerf. I wonder what this would look like pre-nerf. Member mod, Thai Elder mod, max level 4,000? What in the actual F? Okay. I mean, that's if that's what they want to do, I guess, you know. That's not really my idea of fun, but you know, people play the games however they want. If you're playing single player or in a mod, like you're not ruining anybody else's fun. So it's like people who like the hero editor the characters, right? I don't do it, but I know there's people who like to do it, so. Punch. I know there was another mod me and a friend played for Diablo 2. It was called... I think it was a Polish mod. Hang on. Reign of Shadow, I think. Yeah, Reign of Shadow. It also had all kinds of weird things in it. You collected like potato chips to imbue things and stuff. It was really weird. Here we go. I'm just looking to finish the Grail. I mean, if I find something that's an upgrade for me, that's fine. But since we're clearing everything on player 7 on terror zones, we're basically able to kill anything in the game at pretty good speed. Finding runes to make Enigma to give us actual teleport would be super nice. But outside of that, we're just grailing, really. So we're looking for items we don't have, and I would love to find some high runes so we can actually do the Enigma. But otherwise, like, as you can see, everything is basically... Wait, 155... I need Bear and Jaw. I found a Sur rune. That's the highest I have gotten. So we are very far away from Enigma. We got an Om rune, we've gotten a Vex rune, we got a Sur rune. Yeah, we're very far away from Enigma, but we haven't found a single Ja or Bur rune. So the thing is, once we get Enigma though, farming becomes a lot faster and easier. Right now what I do is I use up my shards to terrorize acts, and then I do the act boss, like Andoriel for example now. And then once we run out of these, I'm gonna terrorize Act 2 and do Duriel, and then Mephisto, and then Diablo, and so on, just to use up my shards and not be at the mercy of whatever random terror zone shows up. I mean, look, if we really wanted runes, the best thing would be to do cow level over and over again. I haven't done it either. I done Uber Tristram to get the torch. We got this one here. We actually got a Warlock torch on our first go. It's an average torch. Oh god, I'm not doing Lower Kurast. I've done Lower Kurast so much in my time. I mean, honestly, the fact that it was Warlock, I don't even care about the rest. Like, the fact that it was Warlock, that's... Since I'm playing Warlock mainly, I was like, alright, cool. We still need an Annihilus charm as well. Now the thing is, I wanted to try playing the fire build, but in order to do this, we're gonna need to make an infinity, because otherwise mobs will be fire immune, and that's gonna suck. Like for the apocalypse one here. But yeah, I really want an Enigma because it makes the... I worked a single player with SOG. Basically, you sell a Stone of Jordan to the NPC and Uber Diablo spawns. So if we find a Stone of Jordan, it's gonna be 2 new items on the Grail. Stone of Jordan and an Nihilus, because we're just gonna sell it to the NPC instantly to trigger Uber Diablo. That's also why I keep gambling rings whenever we have full-on gold. Because yes, the chance of it dropping is insanely low, but I don't know what else to use my gold for. Since we're not trading with anybody, gambling circlets and stuff isn't really that viable because we have nobody to trade it with. I mean, Abyss is fun, because it, you know, sucks stuff in, but I wanted to try the fire stuff as well. Like, Enigma plus Apocalypse sounds like it will be absolutely insane. A Topaz. Oh my god. If we look at what we have in terms of Worldstone shard, right? I tried to keep at least 5 of each shard, but we have a lot of shards to go through. I have a lot of these as well. These uber ancient thingies, right? So from what I understand is you combine 1 of each, and then you're able to do colossal ancients or uber ancients or whatever the hell they're called. No. I don't have a single like that's another thing I'm trying to get Sunder Charms. This is magic damage, so I need the black cleft or whatever, right? I've only found like 2 Sunders in my entire playthrough so far. I did upgrade one of them. To a renewed or whatever the hell it was called, which wasn't too bad. But yeah, we're not really finding a lot of Sunder Charms. I remember Sunder Charms being way more common, but I guess they nerfed it or something. I don't know. Sunder Charms used to be like all over the place. Because I know they nerfed the shit out of Heralds. They're currently not worth doing at all. No. They drop from they drop from all mobs at the moment in Hell. I think. Because the thing is, I've killed a lot of Heralds, but it doesn't seem to be really... I don't know. I keep finding conflicting information, so who knows. But yeah, I'm not really... killing the Guardians, they never drop anything. Because Blizzard nerfed the shit out of them. Because they used to drop a lot of really good shit because of how hard they are. But now, even when you reach the level 5 one, all that happens is that it's super hard to kill. But it doesn't really do anything. Hi, Masao. But yeah, they nerfed the living shit out of the Guardians. Or Heralds, or whatever the fuck they're called. Well, hello there, General Kenobi. But yeah, I read that they're gonna make an update to buff the Herald's drop rates again. Because being Blizzard, first they were way too strong. And then they nerfed it so now they're basically useless, like the Heralds. Because Blizzard can never really do it a little bit. It's either gonna be super OP or useless. I don't know why, but apparently it's too hard to go somewhere in between. How's your day going, Maso? But yeah, Blizzard in their infinite wisdom, they're like, oh, they're too good, and then they just kill them completely. Like, okay, cool story. Like, is it really necessary to go from 0 to 100 to then 0 again? Like, gutting them completely, for what reason? Just lower it a little bit if it's too much. Chilling, just had some food, and oh, cool. We just did like 10 runs as a party in Follow last time, so now I'm back to playing some Diablo 2. Alex Anguish. Oh, we're actually full on gold again. Yeah. What did you have for food, Masa? Risotto! Ah, new item! Crown of Thieves on the Grail, guys. New item, yo! Why did it say 57? Hey, it's... Is that how many I found? No, that can't be it. No, we got shards. I mean, everybody got a shard each, right? So... I guess we can do lower Kuras now, player 7 Terror Zone, and do the chest while we're there, I guess. Just for the sake of it. Doom Ape. That's out with the fancy food. Risotto. Making good risotto isn't actually very easy. Most people fail horribly at it. No kills, only shells. Well, I mean, it is what it is. I was hoping to maybe get like one of the normal cards in there. Like even if I don't get the MVP card. That would be kind of nice. but no luck. Risotto is not too easy to make it fresh, but use store-bought risotto. Only address some water and butter and parmesan. I see. I'm still gonna say you make fancy food. Masao living the luxurious life. Ah, Harold! They don't drop anything. I think this layout only has one super chest or two super chests, not 4 or 6. Blind, unless it's down here on the bottom left, but I doubt it. So was it tasty though, the risotto? My belly shows. I should watch my diet a bit more. The winter more here. That's always heavy meals like fondue or raclette. Can't remember the last time I had risotto. Probably years ago. I don't know, 5 to 10 years ago, probably. I stood on the scale yesterday and I was like, I've been so good, surely I've lost weight. No. Fuck! Alright, well... Bad panda. Like, scales for humans got extinct. That's because nobody wants to use scales anymore. Like, we're all just like, nah, fuck that. Collectively, we all decided to hell with scales. Okay, no, I don't want to do the lower crust. It's kind of boring. I think that's probably what happened collectively. We all just went, nah. Oh my god, a blue Archon staff. Oh no. That should have been a unique. Oi. Yeah, I kind of want to lose like 20 kilos or something. And I really thought, I mean, okay, so I have lost like 10 to 15, but it's still, I'm way heavier than I should / want to be. Remember I had this discussion with somebody and they're like, oh, you're trying to lose weight so you can go out to dating again. And I was like, what? No. I know not eating after 5 p.m. What? Not eating after 5 p.m.? No, I couldn't do that. I mean, it might work. It just, that wouldn't work for me. But no, like, I'm not trying to lose weight so I can date somebody. Because if somebody doesn't want to date me because I have a little bit overweight at the moment, they're probably not gonna be somebody I'm very interested in dating anyway. Okay? I do get the stigma because people date with their eyes first and foremost before they know you, right? So I do get that. I'm just saying they wouldn't be that interesting to me anyways. So I've kind of given up on the whole concept of dating anyway. I mean, the thing is, to people out there who are still trying and who still date and all that, good for you. I hope you find somebody or whatever, but... Yeah. Exactly. Like, I want to do it for me because I know I felt better when I was less overweight. Right? So it's not about attracting anybody. It's just I felt better in general when I was less overweight. Which makes sense. I mean, you know, being overweight isn't good for you, right? It also makes clothing a lot easier and many other things like that. But yeah, no, it's definitely just for me. I never do anything for other people in that sense. Like, somebody has a problem with the way I look or what I am or who I am, they can fuck off. I mean, the thing is, I was in good shape before as well, when I was working out. But the thing is, again, I wasn't working out for anybody else. I was working out for me, you know? Like, it was for me. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's but I would like to get back into shape and you know, it's okay, not into shape, but I would like to lose some weight at least. You know, that would be nice. And yes, I mean, I have lost weight compared to how much I weighed before, but I want to lose more. Like, I want to be even more weight lost. That's not even a word, but But yeah, I would love to lose a little bit of weight. And problem is for me is I'm also a bit of a hypochondriac. Every time I lose weight, I worry it's because I lose weight or it's cancer. But hang on, what? What do you mean if it's cancer? What? Wait, what will be cancer exactly? The weight loss? When you have cancer, you lose weight relative. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I mean, if you're trying to lose weight and you actually lose weight, I don't think my first thought would be it's gonna be cancer. Like, that's probably not the route I would take personally. I would probably just assume that I was doing well. Again, that's for me personally, though. But I would probably assume that it was my own doing and not cancer. No, I mean, I get it. I have irrational thoughts too sometimes. I mean, the thing is, and now I'm also getting these really interesting hormonal cravings. Like when I was craving McDonald's 2 days ago or 3 days ago. I'm like, okay, that's gonna go right on my ass. Like, it's just like, okay, fuck, I guess. I mean, it's... Like, even if I cook a healthy meal, I'd be like, oh man, that McDonald's burger, I should get that. Like, like, it's slop, it's literally slop, but like, I don't know, my body's like, oh, give me those fries, man. It's super unhealthy, but fuck it, I need it. I mean, I don't, but you know, cravings be cravings, right? Like, it's... Like, I filled up my fridge and freezer with healthy things. Salmon, eggs, pasta, rice, fucking like all kinds of goodies and fairly healthy things. And yet my body's still like, you should order McDonald's. For yesterday I ordered a Hawaiian pizza with extra cheese, even though I'm lactose intolerant. Like, Fuck. To be fair though, standing and cooking when it was the heat that we had is really not an like appealing idea. Okay, like very casual cooking maybe, but like cooking a full meal when it's like 37 to 40 degrees outside, yeah, I'm not going anywhere near an oven in that heat. Like, you know. But yeah, overall, I really do need to, I tend to give in to my body's cravings as well. Oh yeah, no, definitely, it's, like for lunch, I had 2 hard-boiled eggs, a little bit of bread, and 200 grams of salmon. I mean, that's a pretty fucking healthy lunch, right? But now I'm getting hungry again. It was only like, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours ago when I had that lunch. Oh, I love salmon. Salmon is fantastic. Nidali got a little bit too. She went, nom, 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 nom. Like, she could smell it, and I was like, okay, here you go. And I gave her a little bit at first, and she was like, licking it and tasting it. Yes! And she's like, give. But yes, she loves it. She loves salmon. I mean, the thing is, she had fresh, raw chicken in her bowl. But apparently that wasn't enough. Yeah, no, she does. She does. You should have seen her when I gave her a king prawn. Oh my god. Nom 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 nom. She absolutely loves seafood and chicken. It's like tuna. Oh my god, she loves tuna so much. I usually buy this canned tuna, you know, and then I will like give her a piece of it at a time, like in her bowl with some of the juices as well. Like I make sure it's just the normal juices and not oh, I personally cannot stand tuna. I know a lot of people love tuna, I cannot stand it. If I buy tuna, it's no, okay, let me rephrase. I like tuna if it's in sushi, okay? You know, that type of tuna. But tuna from a can, I cannot stand. I know a lot of people love it though. Like, I have a friend of mine, he absolutely loves his tuna. And I'm like, I'll eat sushi tuna, and he's like, oh, that's disgusting. I was like, no, that's the only good tuna. Like, that's the... That's literally the best tuna. Tuna sashimi. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's what it's called, sashimi. That's with the sushi tuna, right? That's sashimi. Like you get the red pieces, like the I'm really bad with what things are named. But yeah, I think that's what it is, right? But yeah, that is super delicious. I love that. Yeah, thinly cut slices on some soy. Yeah, well, not a big wasabi fan, but the soy sauce is good. I also wouldn't mind, like, dipping it in maybe some orange caviar or into some other salsas, right? Like, there's a lot of things you can do. But yeah, I know wasabi is a popular thing. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not 100% sold on wasabi. It's But yeah, sashimi in general is super pog. There's plenty of variety. I don't like the wasabi either. Yeah, I know. But yeah, no, I definitely agree on the sashimi. Sashimi is super good. Like, there was a place here where you could have sushi delivered. Unfortunately, they raised it, so you have to order a minimum of 40 euros to get delivery. And I'm just like, bro, I'm not gonna order 40 euros worth of sushi in one go. Now, if I'm with somebody and we're both ordering, I guess it's okay. But, like, for one person... And sushi doesn't really, like, hold either, right? You can't really save it. Yeah, no, I mean, I think they, like, you need 40 euros to get delivery, right? Not to, like, to order in general, but to get delivery. If I go to pick it up myself, I could order for way less, right? But if I want delivery, I would rather pay a few euros for delivery than be forced into ordering 40 euros worth of sushi. Because you can't really store sushi until the next day either. Like, you can do this with, like, fried rice, for example, or, like, many other things that you order, right? You can put it in the fridge, but sushi? No. You need to eat that when it's fresh. Like, you really cannot... I mean, maybe you could, but I'm not taking that chance. Like, it's just, like, I will eat it when it's fresh. It's yeah, but even so, ordering for 40 euros for one person, it's gonna be a lot of sushi. It's a shame though, because I would like order there before, because it used to be 20 euros to get delivery, okay? Which is still, you know, 20 euros is still, you know, quite a bit per se. But then it was like once in a like while, okay? It was very rare, but I would do it sometimes. But 40 is just I can't afford 40. Like, again, if it was like me and Solemnis and we would share and she would get 20 euros worth and I would get 20 euros worth, okay, fine, that's fine. But alone, no. It's just not. Yeah, exactly. 40 is too much. Yeah, unfortunately for me, no matter how much I crave it, I cannot afford 40 euros, so that I don't have that option, unfortunately. But yeah, no, I mean, I get what you're saying, though. I mean, the thing is, since you work, you obviously, rightfully so, have a bigger budget for food, right? And treats and whatnot. And that's fine, you're working and I'm not, so... I'm just saying, even if I had the cravings for it, I can't afford 40 euros. Because the thing is, if I were to buy food for 40 euros for one day, I will run out of my food budget for the month. Like, not 40 euros, but it will eat into my food budget way too much for one meal. It's not sustainable. Wait, what was this? Oh, not bad. 18 life and 5 poison with this. Yeah. The thing is, for 40 euros, I can literally eat for a week. Like, if I cook myself, 40 euros is like a week's worth of food. I can't justify it. Once I go back to working, but even then, I don't think I would want to throw 40 euros on one meal. Like, it's... Nah. Even if you order, I can order 4 meals for 40 euros. And that is ordering pretty decent meals otherwise. You see what I'm saying, right? It's just... I can either have takeout 4 times in a month or 1 sushi. It just doesn't seem like it's I know sushi is more expensive and that's fine. It's just... There's a limit, right? Like... I mean, 20 to 25 is on the high end for me. But as I said, the difference is you're working full time, so I don't. I mean, my entire month's food budget is like a few hundred euros, right? I think it's like 200 or 300 in total for food. If I were to order sushi for 40 euros, we're talking like 15% of my month's food budget in one go. Like, I can't. It just doesn't work, right? Like a 1/6 or a 1/7 of my food budget. Ooh, a circle. Do you still play poker? Yeah, no, okay, so I haven't played poker for... I haven't played poker since I moved to Germany, basically. And no, that money was basically used up because I had to buy a new computer, and then Italy needed a like surgery for her teeth. Like, her surgery costed me, I think it was like 1,700 euros or something like that. That plus my new computer, because mine broke, basically drained any savings I had. Oh yes, and I bought a new bed when Solemnis left as well. Right, yeah. Which, okay, that wasn't too expensive, so it was like 200 or 300 euros. But yeah, between that and like her surgery and everything... Yeah, no, it's great. It's just, between the PC in Italy and my new bed, I think that was an easy 3,000 or 4,000 euros. Like, and that was my savings, basically, so... But yeah, no, I haven't played poker in a long time, because I ended up in a situation where I wasn't enjoying it anymore, but I had no choice but to play it a lot because it was how I survived. Right? So it went from being something I loved doing to something I did as a job to something I didn't even like doing at that point because, well, there was many reasons, but I still had to play it every single day. I mean, I was still winning and making good money. It was just my mental health was just not enjoying it, right? Oh, new item, the scalper. Nice. So I've been on a, I'm gonna say, hiatus in poker since I moved to Germany about 6 years now. I have thought about getting back into it to see if I can maybe earn some money to do into a savings account again, right? We'll see. For now, I just don't, I'm not gonna say have the time. I mean, I'm unemployed, but I need to be in a specific state of mind to be able to read people, to play properly. Like, you really need to be on your, like, what's the term? Not on your A game, but oh no, without cash is pointless. The thing is, a lot of people think you can just play poker without money, and yes, you could. Okay, you can, but it is such a different game because you cannot, like, one of my strengths is in bluffing, okay? You cannot bluff people when there's no real money involved. If people have no fear of consequence of loss, they will never fold to your bluffs, ever. Okay? So let's say you and me are playing. If we're playing and I go all in for, let's say, 1,500 euros. Now, you're faced with the decision, are you gonna call 1,500 euros or not? If you call and you're wrong, you lose 1,500 euros. If you fold, you can save that money if you're not sure. Now, if we're playing for fake money, you're probably just gonna call because why not? There is no risk at all. Like, I cannot play properly when people cannot be bluffed. As that might sound bad, but bluffing is also part of poker psychology, okay? If I can't bluff, much of my game is gone, okay? Like, psychologically terrorizing people at the poker table is my jam. As insane as that sounds, it's just, it's one of my, like, strengths. Because I am able to do these bluffs that people just don't... Because a lot of people say that, oh, I bluff, blah, blah, blah. But it takes a specific mindset to shove 1,500 euros and have absolutely nothing without giving anything away either. It's a lot harder than people think. But yeah, so if there's no real money involved, and not because I'm greedy or anything, it's just the game shifts so much when people have an actual consequence to their game. Because once money is involved, human psychology will start taking over the fear of loss and the self-doubt that you can impose on other people. And make them think that folding is in their best option and they're doing the right thing by folding, even though it isn't, because I have absolutely fuck all. So here's the thing about poker. My cards, they don't matter. What matters is what I can make you believe that they are. What they actually are is irrelevant. I could be holding a map of Spain and a fucking Uno card, okay? It doesn't matter. If I can make you believe that what I'm holding is a stronger hand than you, that's what matters. And without real money, I can't do this. Because people will just call for the sake of it. Because what happens if you're wrong? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now, in a cash game, and they know 1,500 euros is a lot of money to most people. That's why it also boils down to, if you're playing with people who have more money than sense... Oh, no, definitely. I mean, that's the thing, right? I've sometimes tried to bluff in spots when they just call me because they basically have, I misread their hand and they had a very strong hand and you cannot bluff them off it. That happens. Sometimes, I mean, I'll fuck up. I'll bluff into somebody having a super strong hand, but that comes into reading people as well. Most people, so here's the thing, in movies and stuff, you see these ridiculous things where people have a tell where they will rub their nose or pull their fucking earlobe or whatever. That's not real, okay? Nobody does this. That's not what a tell is. A tell is a sudden shift in how they sit, a sudden how much they talk, or certain facial expressions. See, that's a tell. Not some idiot rubbing their nose every time they have the best hand. Nobody does that, okay? Like, in my whole life of playing poker, quotation mark, professionally, I have never seen a real person do dumb shit like that when they have the best hand. Because it's not real, it's not how people work. Nobody does this. Unless they're doing it just to do it. Like, it doesn't... A tell is a subtle thing that people do without thinking. Yeah, exactly, it's Hollywood, exactly, yeah. Like, that's not... It's just, it pisses me off as a poker player when you see these ridiculous things, right? Like, I'm like, that's not how that works. Nobody does this. Bro, no one in their life will behave this way, ever. However, there are certain, like... Did you know that about 80 or 90% of communication is non-verbal? Okay? You will do things with your body without thinking about it. And we perceive this, and if you train that, you can perceive this really well. And people will, the way they position their hands, how, like, people pretend, like, here's the typical thing, okay? People with a strong hand will be absurdly nonchalant, thinking that they're gonna prove how uninterested they are in the hand. Right? Like, it's this typical thing where people will pretend that they're not interested at all when they have the strongest hand. Like, this is just one of those really typical things I've run into in my life. The more uninterested your average poker player seems in the hand, the better their hand is. Every time, okay? Because they think they're being really smart by not showing interest in the hand. Like, that's literally... Fuck, I clicked the wrong thing. Damn it. Alright, let's go and do Diablo then. I mean, the thing is, like, I believe anybody can basically learn poker. Now, mastering it, that's a whole other... Learning the basics, what beats what, and how the game works, that isn't hard, okay? You can do that easily, I'm sure. But, like, actually mastering how people play and mechanics and the psychology and the math behind... Like, the math isn't really that hard to learn either. Because you only have 52 cards in a deck, so it's not like the numbers are super high. It's usually things like 20%, 40%, 10%, like, stuff like that. It's a very... The numbers you're dealing with aren't really that absurd, so learning the actual math isn't hard. Like, it's 1 in 4 that you hit this, it's 1 in 12 that you get this, whatever, right? But I would say it's harder to master blackjack. Well, okay, no, okay, sorry, that's not true. Let me rephrase. I think it's harder to learn the basics of blackjack because the skill floor is a lot higher. But blackjack has a lot of, like, when you should stop, when you should hit, based on the dealer's hand. And then if you get into card counting, which is not easy to do for most people. To me, card counting is strategy in blackjack, 100%. I don't even care. People, like, it's not cheating, it's a skill. You're not cheating. Like, it's, you're using your head. You're literally using your mind. Now, obviously, it's a lot harder these days to count because they have automatic shufflers and a few other things. But you can actually still keep the count relatively. There's a few different systems you can use for this. But it does require you to know how many decks are being used. Because otherwise the count is gonna be off. Like, is it 7 decks, 8 decks, 9 decks? Like, it matters, right? But yeah, I do like playing blackjack as well. It's fun. The thing is, though, when I play blackjack, sometimes I get caught up in splitting and doubling down. Because mathematically, I'm pretty sure I'm correct, but the swings can be really high. Because if you split 4, 5, 6, 7 times on one hand, right? And then you actually lose the hand. You just lost a fuck ton of money in one go. While the decision to split might have been correct, you need a massive sample pool for this to pay off. Like... But no, I do like blackjack as well. Blackjack is fun. Poker is fun if I can play it without needing to... So here's the thing. One other thing that I really hated about poker when I was playing it to make money is the fact that I cannot play as wild as I want to play. I love to put people on edge. Even if I lose the hand, I'm having a lot of fun by using the money as a tool to play instead of I have to win because I need the money. Once I entered that territory, the game becomes so different and it wasn't as much fun. So, if I had some spare money, I might play poker again. Even if I lose, it doesn't matter. It's just playing it for the fun of it. You know, like, when I started playing poker, when I discovered it when I was young, I had such a good time playing it. Like, well, I was losing a lot, but it didn't matter because it was entertainment. I was having fun. But somewhere along the line, the better I got, and then at some point, it ended up being my livelihood, and at that point, I can't play any way I want anymore. I have to make the calls that are profitable. Whether they're fun to make or not. Make the folds that I have to make because they are bad calls. It becomes a systematic... You have to play a certain way in certain spots because you need to make that money. Like, mathematically, this is the right call. It's a boring call, but it's mathematically the best call to make. Which sucks. But yeah, that is also why I haven't played poker in a long time. It's not because I don't like the game, but it just turned into... Fuck's sake, why does he keep getting pushed back? When it turns into... You have to play a certain way because it's mathematically correct to play this way, and you have to pick your spots in a better... Like, you cannot just play for fun. You're bound by certain principles in order to make your rent. I cannot do, I'm gonna do this for fun just to mess with the person on my left, even if I lose money. No, everything has to be calculated to make sure I earn enough money per month. Like, that is literally what happened. And I was making good money. Like, I was supporting myself. It wasn't a problem. It's just... I grew bored and... Yeah, but again, you end up in the same situation. When people play for pennies, yes, it's a little bit better. But I tried low stakes, like $5 to $10 an entire stack. But sadly, the money, people don't care. It is too little money for people to care. That's the problem. Okay? And if people don't care about the money, it's the same as there not being any money. Wow, okay, we got a lot of drops. But yeah, no, it's... Like I said, it has to be an amount of money that is big enough for people to care about it. I mean, if you and me play, and you have $10 in front of you, are you gonna be super cautious? Would I be able to bluff you off a hand if the most at stake is $10? I'm pretty sure the answer is gonna be no. If your biggest risk is gonna be $10. Okay, new item on the Grail. Gut Siphon. But yeah, most likely the answer is gonna be no to that. Now, if I shoved and it was 1,000 euros, you would absolutely hesitate whether you want to risk this amount of money or not. Right? Because that's a lot of money. It's just, it plays into the human psyche a lot as well. People will play very differently when the money matters to them. So, but yeah, I might play again at some point for fun. But the problem is I would need disposable income for this, which I don't really have. And if I'm not doing it as a way to just let off steam, I would probably end up spending a lot of time to make money again. And then I'm back to where I was before, when I was just not enjoying it at all, but doing it because I had to do it. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. I know I kind of went on a bit of a deep dive into this, but since you were asking if I wasn't playing any poker anymore, I kind of wanted to give you a full reason as to why I'm not playing. I could definitely use the money, that's for sure, but I just... the mental toll it takes. I'm just reaching a spot with between the hormones and everything like slowing down, where I'm starting to feel better about myself mentally, and climbing down the rabbit hole of poker variants and stuff like that again. I'm not sure it would be a healthy decision. It would be a good financial decision, okay? Because I could make some money and, you know, maybe save it or invest it or whatever. But at what point is it worth your well-being, right? Yeah, no, I'm not struggling. That's true. I'm sadly completely tapped out of my savings. And I am concerned, what if Nidalee would need another surgery or something comes up and I need to have a reserve money for that? So I am looking into ways I can, you know, maybe earn some extra money and put them into a savings. I mean, you know I have some coming, right? But more than that, basically, just to see if I can start saving up a little bit, because the thing is, having a bit of a savings account is a really good idea if something happens, right? It is hard though when you're not working. I do know that there's a certain amount I'm allowed to earn legally here in Germany though, before it impacts my the money I'm getting, whatever the hell that is called. I don't know. We'll see. EFTs? You mean NFTs? Or wait, what is EFTs? I'm really not well versed in investments and stuff, so I don't really... I know like the S&P 500, which is a pretty stable way of investing. Exchange traded fund is a pooled investment vehicle that holds like stocks, bonds, and commodities and trades the stock exchange. Huh. But yeah, no, like I said, I know the S&P 500. I guess you're familiar with this as well, right? I mean, I do make some money on Twitch as well, sort of. Like, I get like €5 a month or something from... what's it called? Oh, a new item, Blackhorn's face. Sweet. The like subscriptions and a few biddies and stuff like that. So you know, there's some money. It's not much, but it's something, right? Like usually adds up. Okay, maybe €5 was a bit low. I think it's a bit more, maybe like 10. Again, nothing, you know, life altering, but you know, it's. I mean, if you have 0, 10 is a lot more than nothing, right? Like it's. See, that's the thing as well. You gotta look at this objectively, right? Is €10 a lot of money? No, it isn't. But €10, if you have 0, is a lot of money. So... Now, if I had €2,000, €10 is whatever, right? But if you have 0... it makes a big difference. This is true. Like that's what I'm saying. It's like when you see rich people saying, oh, but just save a big portion of your paycheck every month and then you'll be fine. Yeah, see, this is very easy to do if you don't need the paycheck, okay? For people who can barely make ends meet, saving a huge portion of your paycheck isn't really an option. I don't know, it's just sometimes I see these rich people talk out of their asses, like, oh, but just you know, just invest 10% and save 10%. Dude, we're talking to people who barely makes ends meet. Like, they're not going to be able to set aside 20% of their entire paycheck. Like, that's, in theory, yeah, sure, that's great, but like, the people who can afford this are already doing this. And the people who can't afford it won't be able to do this, because it's... Exactly. I mean, back when I lived in Sweden, I had months where things were really bad. Like, at one point I had to borrow like €900 to pay my rent and bills and stuff. I mean, I paid it back in like 2 weeks. Oh, sleep for dinner, yeah. I mean, at one point when I had really bad variance in poker and I was struggling a lot, I would share my meals with Nidalee so we could both eat, okay? Like that's where I was at. Not that I was eating cat food, but she was eating human food. Like, So it's not like I was sitting there eating cat food out of a can. No, 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 no. But yeah, no, it just... I would share mincemeat with her and stuff like that. You know, I would cook some for myself. No, 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 no. I just meant I couldn't afford to buy cat food as well. I would buy mincemeat and cook some of it for me, and I would give some of it to her. Like that type of sharing, not me eating cat food with a spoon. Hell no. Like, it didn't get that bad. But yeah, no, I'm just saying, I mean, in that situation, there's no way I could save money every month. Dude, I was barely, like, surviving, let alone saving any money. No, I don't think I could ever bring myself to eat actual cat food with a spoon. Like, that thing smells horrible and looks worse. I don't even know what's in it. Good for you that does... Oh yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I'm not rich by any means now, but you know, I don't have my savings account anymore because of Nidalee surgery, right? But I can do okay per month, and I won't run out of money just before, I mean, it's basically plus minus zero, okay? Between bills and food and everything else. But it does go together without struggling, and I can sometimes order a pizza or whatever, right? Like, it's... You know, it's not super amazing, but it's not... It's not the cat food sharing situation. it's But yeah, no, it was tough. I'm just saying, like, people, like you said, if you've never been poor, I have been dirt poor, and I've actually been wealthy at one point. Well, not like, you know, Musk wealthy, but back when I was working 2 jobs, I didn't really have time to spend any of my money, and it just kind of built up on my bank account long ago. I had more money than I knew what to do with, but I didn't have any real time to spend it. But my point is, I have had no money, and I've had too much money. And the difference... I mean, each one brings in different issues, right? But if people have never struggled, they really don't know how bad it can be. It takes such a toll on you in so many ways. I mean, the household I grew up in was very poor as well. Okay, I need to BRB. We're gonna take a few minutes. That is my alarm going off. Oh. I will be back in a couple of minutes, right? And we'll continue the chat and stuff. So, I'll see you guys in a few, yeah? Okay, I'm back. There's actually a room you can't get to. I think. Here. Maybe the problem is we don't have enough magic, but we do have 280%, which isn't. Oh, sorry, got something in my throat. So maybe Magic Fang isn't the problem. I mean, yeah, of course, more is better, but kind of the general consensus seems to be around 300 is good. Walking in Frozen. longer act. I think we already have this one. We're getting a lot of drops, but it's not a lot of drops that we want. Oopsie, I sent this. Damn, that's a lot of spookers. You guys like my music choice? Oh, it's wrong way. That wing, interesting. Oh, we're full and rolling. 1 second.
Hello. Hello. I can't hear you. I'll check my settings and rejoin.
But I just had to open the window, get some oxygen in. I realized I was getting sleepy, and then it was probably because I didn't have any windows open. Oxygen is a thing, right? I've heard good things about it. Frozen is a thing. Damn, there's a lot of moves. Die. Wow, look at her go. Get chunked. Ring.
Hello, I am back.
Hi, Erandiel.
Hello.
Erandiel? Sorry, I always mispronounce your name.
Well, it's a made-up name, so that's easily forgiven.
Alright, cool. Thanks.
Right. So,
you had
again,
questions.
Well, okay, I have many questions, but I'm gonna try.
Okay. Well, one at a time.
I'm gonna try and
we'll
keep on track. Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, so starting off simple, just regarding RO damage stuff, so that I can get guides and be confident that what I am writing is correct. So the M attack formula seems pretty straightforward. It seems like it's just you take the sum of your M attack sources and then you apply all of the multipliers sequentially, like everything's multiplicatively. It works out very nice.
It's pretty straightforward because there's no crits involved and there's nothing like that. I mean, there's also you add like so you have your magic attack, right? And then you have things like your multipliers, like plus damage to races, elements, sizes, which we don't have, but against classes. And then you have targets, defenses, like magic defense, magic resistance, and so forth, and element as well.
Yes.
Right.
Like in terms of defense, or rather MDef and AMRES and stuff, that stuff is all like that's not really gonna change with your own multipliers. It's just gonna be whatever reduction.
Oh yeah, no, that's
at the end.
It basically, yeah, exactly. It will cut your damage unless you have penetration, basically.
Yeah, the main thing I wanted to confirm for M attack was, at least in vanilla, the variants for it, which we no longer really have,
yes,
is based on the weapons base M attack. It seems like when things were flattened out for M attack, that it was just set to the highest variance. It seems like it's just a 1.4 multiplier on the weapon's M attack is what the variance is based on.
We shouldn't have any variance anymore.
Okay, we don't, but like generally beforehand, technically it's based on like weapon level and stuff, which was assumed to be 4, and it was anywhere between a 0.6 multiplier and a 1.4
Yeah,
multiplier.
all of that doesn't really exist anymore because weapons, there's only one level now, right?
Yes, but in my testing at least, it seems as if the weapon M attack is just getting a 1.4 times multiplier. It doesn't show up on the status screen, but it is there for the damage calculation.
Ooh, a spike shield. That sounds like that would be correct. Because the thing is, since they're both baked into one now, the damage you get from your weapon or the damage you get from, say, intelligence should be a 1-to-1. So 100 magic attack from your weapon or 100 magic attack from having int or intelligence should be the same, no
They are
matter
not
where
the
the
same.
source is from.
I've literally just done some testing. They're not the same.
I'm saying they should be. I'm not saying they
Okay.
are. I'm saying the intent is for them to be the same. So if that's not the case...
It is not the case.
Okay, so
I can write a bug report for that,
Yeah,
but honestly, with the state of M attack right now, like they
So
might need it.
how about this? In your guide, you can say that it will be, because that is the intent. They should provide the same no matter what the source is from. No matter which source it's coming from, magic attack is magic attack. Weapon, armor, cards, stats, doesn't matter. Like, that's how it should work. Again, I probably fucked up somewhere along the way, which I own up to, you know, it happens, right? But that is the intent. The intent is for them to be the same no matter where they're from.
So, I guess the future intent, once things are fixed to be as they should, is that for things to still be getting that 1.4 times, like, capped variance number? Or is that also supposed to just be a 1.0 times?
I'm sorry, what? I didn't catch what you mean there. Okay, so what do you mean with the capped variance number?
So variance usually between dealing 60 and 140% damage. When variance was removed, it seems like it's just using the capped number right now, which is a 1.4 times multiplier.
That is exactly what it's doing. I made it to... So, okay, so here's the thing. It used to be the variance, right? Now, when I changed this, because Recognize Spell, or the old Recognize Spell, would set you to do the max. That is how the skill used to work. When I changed this to be a chance to double cast, or now to do double damage instead, I made it so variance is no longer a thing, and you will always be dealing the max amount of magic attack. That is what I changed, which is where the meme is born.
Yes.
Where the guy said rip Recognize Spell, you know, the whole...
The
meme. But that is how it should work, okay? Whether that is actually happening or not, obviously can be discussed. If there's a problem, I will have to fix it. But that is what should, for balancing sake, for what I did intend, that is what it should be doing. I don't...
Okay, and for future stuff, is the M attack from other sources such as intelligence, is that meant to also be getting that 1.4 times multiplier?
Yes, since it's supposed to be the same no matter where it's from.
Okay, then that is not happening, and I can make a bug report.
Yeah, no, I believe you, because I fuck up all the time. I'm just saying that was the intent. Like, just like with the elemental advantage for physical, remember? Like with the whole, it was only doing the weapon part, it wasn't doing the entire.
Yes.
Which was
and
fixed
that was
recently.
My follow-up question was going to be, like whether the refinement was supposed to be part of that, but it sounds like if everything is supposed to get that 1.4 times, then then there's no need for any sort of change there.
Yeah, no, it's just basically whatever your magic attack is, it should not matter where it's from. That was basically what I was trying to achieve.
Okay. I guess a follow-up question. This one's technically not relating to the the multiplier is 4.
Ooh, cow level.
Actually, wait.
Sorry.
Sorry, I need to check my notes. 1 second.
Let's just quickly go and kill Andariel, and then we're gonna run cow level because it's terrorized right now. And since you can't terrorize it yourself, I kind of just want to do it while it's... But yeah, the damage formulas... So here's the thing about that. Oro as a game has extremely... I'm not gonna say complex, but I'm gonna say convoluted damage formulas, okay?
It's messy, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially with all the flooring.
Yeah. Now, on top of this, when I started rewriting, because our Athena's functions aren't perfect either, okay? And when I started rewriting them, I obviously, while I did fix a lot of things, I'm also not perfect, you know? So I obviously made some mistakes as well. So there's a lot of reasons why things might not be the way they should be. But that's why I'm telling you the intent, and you can write that down, because that is where it's going to be at once I fixed everything. Now, having said that, it doesn't mean that will never be changed, but for our intents and purposes right now...
Yes, that is the intent right now, and I should assume when writing a guide that is how it's going to change, because...
You mean how it's going to be?
Or how it's going to stay, yeah. Well,
the intent is that, exactly.
Oh,
that is what its purpose, so to speak.
Okay. Follow-up question, only somewhat related to that, specifically for the I think it was it Prison Gone? Let me double check right now.
Good time. Not going anywhere. Okay, let's see. First cow level terrorized. Let's go. Moo Moo murdered the cows. Angry beef. Oh my god, they blow up. Jesus Christ. Because they have no natural resistances, they're just pure HP pool. So the Sigil of Death just completely fucks them all up.
Is it like percent HP damage then?
Yeah. So Sigil of Death
Yep.
works exactly like Corpse Explosion does.
I don't know enough about
Okay, so
D2
basically anything that dies in the Sigil of Death will deal 70 to 120% of its life in damage to everything around it. So once one starts falling...
Yep, okay.
They
Understood.
all start falling. And
Chain reaction, yes.
Yeah, it's basically what happens, and it's so satisfying to watch. Like, it is so satisfying. I can't even... It is extremely OP, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this thing is so busted. And to make it better, I have 2 Defilers, which will split the damage even more against everything around it. So, once one goes down, it just... It's like the what's it called? The GIF with the duck that presses the button and then everything blows up. Like, it's pretty much that.
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about, but I can certainly imagine it.
It's a GIF meme on Discord where there's a duck, it presses a button, it's a big red button, and then like it's a nuke that just happens. But you get the gist of it, right? Like
Yes, yeah.
But yeah, But yeah, Corpse Explosion is so OP because the thing is, in cow level, the cows don't have any natural resistances. All they have is an absolutely atrociously big HP pool. So when you start murdering them, unlike many other mobs who have like resistances to various damage types, they just take full damage. So because I don't know, just how they're designed.
I can't track down what I was looking for. I could have sworn I had found an item that I was wondering, like the M attack that it was giving. Like, I thought it was one of the event items was giving like flat M attack, and I was wondering if that would scale with the refinement, like if it was considered part of the weapon's base. But I can't find the specific.
It should.
Example, so forget about it.
Emphasis on should. Like, no matter how, because if the item is giving magic attack, it will be affected by its refine. Even if it's not, how do you say this? Like, if it's built into it... Ooh, a stiletto. Oh, Slayer guard. Damn, the loot is thick in this. I don't even want to, like, waste a second and go up and resurrect my mercenary. I'm just chugging pots just so I can stay down here.
Yep. I assume the, like, special modifier that was on the cow level here was, like, some sort of a rare thing that gives you loot,
so
and that's why you're
basically,
finding good stuff?
every half hour, a random zone gets terrorized, which increases their level and their drops and everything like that, and their difficulty. Okay, it basically just puts the zone on steroids, both for drops and danger. It gets way harder as well. But since we're doing Omega Kekega Pepega damage, we don't really care about that because they just die, right? But the thing is, most other zones you can terrorize on your own by using World Stone shards. Cow level you cannot. So when that gets terrorized automatically,
It's a much bigger deal.
Yes, because it doesn't happen more than like maybe once a day if you're lucky. Because it cycles through all the zones in the game randomly. So whenever it's actually terrorized, I kind of tend to go here because, well, I mean, it's extremely satisfying and it's potentially very rewarding to kill shit here. Both EXP and drop wise. Oh god, a herald. Oh god, it's gonna be a cow herald, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Oh dear. Oh, it spawned with immune to physical damage. Well, this sucks.
Is that all of your damage, or is that...
no, but it's a
most
big
of it?
portion of it because most of my damage comes from my my bound demon, and he like literally like auto attack shit. So unfortunately for me, this is a problem.
Oh, good luck. Yeah, I can't find the examples, so...
I'm sure if it's not important, you will find it. But
yes. So, trying to stay on track, over to the attack formula, which is...
this one is
much...
way more...
Oh
like...
yeah, it's a mess.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bliat, but we can go with yours. That works.
Yeah, so, there are a number of things with it. We've cleaned up some of it with the elemental attack, now actually applying to status attack, which it was not.
Yeah,
before.
like I finally unified them properly.
Yes. So something I found out recently in my tests was damage variance for attack, like physical attack. At least in vanilla, it was, I think, only based on the weapon attack, but it seems like...
Wait, can you rewind and say that again? What?
So, base weapon attack, like if you have a dagger and it gives 17 attack, that's the base weapon attack.
Yes.
Um,
that is how it works officially. Or works officially.
Yes. So, I have not tried to dig in the Arathena code to check if it changed with renewal at least, but at least what I can say right now is it seems like additional sources of attack, like if you have an armor that gives like 20 base attack in it, it doesn't matter if it's a random enchant or if it's like core to the armor itself, it seems like that's also having variance applied to it.
It's from what I know, it depends on which type of... because, okay, so you have a couple of different modifiers for base attack. You have something called B base attack, and then you have something called B attack. Now, they both add... like, base attack will add to your status attack, and then B attack will add to your weapon attack, which will be things like EDP will be affected by this, for example. So there's, like, all of these... what do you say? This shit, but these different, depending on which script is used on the item that's giving it, basically.
Yes, and there's also some things that just don't show up in the status window, even though you expect them to.
Doesn't.
Yes, from stuff like Dex or from Strength.
Yeah. So here's the thing: the status window is, I'm gonna say, lackluster at best. Because you would think that they would make it so it includes percentages or something, but no, it doesn't. Now,
Is there a like, could it be changed to show that stuff?
Maybe? I honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, is it supported? Out of the box, no. But we could probably do something like display the value and add in whatever percent you have. So if you have plus 10% and you have 100, it's going to show 110, for example.
Yes.
This is probably possible, or most likely it's possible. I don't know how to do it, but it doesn't sound like it should be too difficult. But you're just passing it through an additional parameter before you send it, right? Like,
yes. Yeah, like
so,
I think the main one to make sense would just be the dex or the strength for melee modifier, because those ones, like that, they affect the attack before a lot of other modifiers, before things get even more complicated, and it's something that will, for players not used to the system, it will help them see that like dex is providing more than just the
you mean the plus
the
0.5% per dex if you're a bow user?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that
Yeah,
a lot
that
of
one.
people will be, oh, but it just gives one attack. No, it doesn't. Like, it gives one attack and 0.5%. Yeah, but it's just 0.5%. Yeah, when you have 100, that's 50%. That's a huge amount of damage.
Yes,
And the
and
better
that
weapon
one
you
is
have,
just to the
more it's
weapon
worth.
attack, but yeah. So I do have a question for that. Is with the refinement changes, beforehand refinement attack was entirely separate. It wasn't affected by like dex and strength and stuff. With the changes to refinement,
it should affect your entire attack.
Is it the base weapon attack? Like if it?
No,
if
it
you've
should
got
be
an
your
extra-
entire attack at this point now.
Like the refinement doesn't affect. It doesn't. Like it doesn't count as a flat amount of attack. It's just a
No.
modifier?
Refinement is a percentage based on your weapon's attack when you refine a weapon. Okay.
Yes.
It gives like plus 2%, plus 5%, plus 7.5%, whatever, dependent on the weapon's attack. So stronger weapons will give you more, right?
As an example, then, if you have a 100 attack weapon and it's plus 10, that should be an extra 25%. Are you saying that is, like, my understanding was that it's effectively for the base attack number, you've got 25 more in it. It's not going to be shown anyway. Wait, no,
it should absolutely
there,
be
actually.
Shown.
Yeah, I think it is, sorry.
It's absolutely being shown.
So,
however, that will be increased by strength. So if you have strength to give you 50%, it will include all your attack from all sources, because it doesn't just increase weapon attacks.
So,
because
like strength and dex, then if you have like an armor that gives 100 attack, then is the strength or dex bonus also applying to that one?
Actually, I don't want to lie to you, so I'm gonna have to say I would have to look into this. But I remember... ceremonial jabs, new item, sweet. I remember this being a topic, and I said that since it's just one number now, that should be the case. But I don't remember if I actually said it to this or not. But I do remember this being a discussion topic, and me saying I wanted that to be the case.
This is definitely something I would like to have confirmed before I write a guide.
Yeah, I get that, because that is a huge difference. Like, that makes a huge difference in the calculations. I will say, at a first impression, I will say yes, it does, because I remember this discussion being a thing, okay? Now, whether that is working as it should or not, I will say okay. It's not that I don't have confidence, it's just I don't want to say with overconfidence, yeah, of course that's working 100% as it should be, because, you know, no.
Okay,
but
so
I remember that being the case, that it should, emphasis on should here.
Yes, I'm writing my notes. I've got should in quotations.
Yes.
So just confirming here, it should be affecting all flat attack sources, be they like stats or equipment, like anything before multipliers.
I remember the reason for this was to make, because otherwise it will fall off super hard once you hit higher levels. Because if you get half your attack from your weapon and the other half from your gear in general, and then only having your stats affect the weapon one, that feels kind of like, for example, right?
Yes.
So I'm pretty sure it does, but I'm 90% sure it should, and I'm 10% if whether it actually is or not. But I don't know if that's making it helpful or worse. Like, giving you my intent and what it's supposed to do, I feel like that's the best I can do right now, since I'm not looking at the source code.
Yeah, of course.
But intent is, I believe they should. Because
I can do some testing on my end to try to figure that out, or if you want to just, I guess, later today, take a look at that and confirm it, then that.
I feel like that's probably gonna be a lot faster and easier for everyone.
It's gonna be a lot faster and easier for me, I can tell you that.
I feel like, I mean, I appreciate the tests that you do, but certain things, I feel like it might just be a lot faster and easier if I just look at the code.
It absolutely is. Some things are very difficult to test in a way that is quick.
The thing is, if you had GM powers, it would be super easy to make some change. But testing it with legit items is hard. Like,
yeah.
So no, I completely get that, and I don't expect you to. Like, that's
if I had the same tools as you, then I could be working a lot faster on this stuff. But
I get it.
Completely understand not having access to those, because that is like sensitive.
I was about to say, hell, even I barely have access to those, but I mean, I do, but it's just...
like, there is the concern of, like, a leak or anything getting out in other servers.
This is not
so I
something
understand
against you personally, it's just not a chance I'm willing to take on anyone.
Yes. No, I understand that is absolutely just going to be, like, a procedure thing of... this is not a thing that is done.
I mean, I've had people in the past who said they wanted to help me with the server, and as soon as they said that they weren't going to get any access to anything sensitive or anything like that, they got really pissy and took it personally and like, oh, you don't trust me, blah blah. It's like, it's not about you. This is my project, and I just... We have a lot of players, and I wouldn't trust anybody else with their... Like, yeah, okay, you can't see passwords, but it's still... You could change the account passwords to new passwords, for example, or get their emails, or date of birth, or login names.
I completely understand.
Or hell, even wipe the server.
Like, it's just way too much of a risk.
If I had a very good reason to do it, okay, but I see like, people who say that they want to help, and when you tell them they won't have access to sensitive information, instead of saying, okay, then how can I help? Getting angry over it makes me feel like that already is a red flag. Like,
I would agree, yes.
I mean, we had somebody, and this is interesting. So this person had a big, like, blowout with me on like, before on Legacy of Nightwind. And I instantly... They had GM powers in-game, mind you. They didn't have access to the server's root or anything like that, but they had GM powers. And when this heated thing came up and they were basically swearing and saying that they were done, blah, 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 as soon as this happened, I stripped them of their GM powers. And then they got super pissy with me, saying that I should have faith that they wouldn't do anything malicious. And I'm like... No. Because they were going on a tangent and I was telling them off about whatever it was. And my first instinct was, okay, this person should not have GM powers anymore, because God knows what they're going to end up doing if they're in a bad state.
Especially in that moment of being...
people get caught up in the moment. Whether they're malicious as a person or not is not the point. It's just people get emotional, and if there's power involved, and they could be duping items or giving things away or punishing players or... you know, whatever they might end up doing. It doesn't make them bad people, but they effectively said now they're absolutely done because I clearly don't trust them. And I was like, I'm sorry, it's just I'm looking after the server's best interest, and that's... I apologize if they took it personally, but that's just... The server's well-being is more important than your ego. Like, that's... Sorry, but that's just how it is.
Now, we are getting off topic here.
I know. I'm great at off topic.
It does happen a lot, yeah.
I know.
So, getting back onto topic, if you could confirm the
I can absolutely
how
confirm that
dex
for you
and
tonight, whether
strength
that
work.
is the case or not.
Yes, that would be. I would appreciate that a lot. Past that is with the recent changes to traits for things like concentration and creativity.
You mean the fixes, or?
Things that should have been fixed, but also some things got messed up.
Like I've actually fixed that again.
Usage.
The mana cost reduction is going to be fixed for the next patch. To what it should
I
be.
saw on the wiki that it had changed to,
yeah, I also
a
updated the
1/6.
wiki in a lot of places.
Okay.
Which is also going to be in the patch notes for next patch, but since we haven't had next patch yet, well.
Yes. My offer for making adjustments to the wiki is still open. I just haven't had time before, and at this point I do have time, but my focus is making sure that damage is working correctly.
I mean, that's fair. That's, like I said, any and all help people want to give me in whatever regard, I will happily accept. Whether it's wiki, whether it's research, whether it's bug reports, anything.
Yes.
It's always welcome, no matter what it is.
Yeah, just restating, I do still have an interest in helping out with the wiki, but it's gonna be after I confirm stuff for damage, ideally.
That's fine. That's like I said, since I'm not paying you, I have no expectations.
Yes. So the thing I wanted to bring up is, it sounds like you're aware of the concentration change.
Yeah. That's already been fixed
and
locally for next patch,
great.
so you can ignore that. Set that to 1 out of 6 as it should be. So.
Okay. The next one I'm looking at is, was creativity's damage impact supposed to be in this patch?
I did fix it so it does give crit damage now.
Okay.
So
when I did some tests, it didn't seem like it was giving critical damage.
I baked it into the crit damage formula directly, so that should absolutely work now. If it's not, then there's another problem. So...
Okay, so...
Okay, yeah, go on.
So what I was testing was if it was like stacking additively with other critical damage sources, like if you have like a Wonder.
The thing is, there's two things you have to look at here. You have
there's the C rate and there's the
crit damage. These two are two very different modifiers. They work completely differently.
I'm aware of how they're supposed to work, at least.
Okay.
So when I was testing, it seemed like I think C rate is working correctly, but
I would assume it is. Okay, Titan's Revenge. This is a new one.
There was weird stuff happening during the test. Is what I'm getting at. First off, things were, I was like, for each point, even if it wasn't a multiple of 6, I was getting a small damage increase, which I would not have suspected.
Yeah, so the reason for
that
this
stuff gets floored.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I actually baked it in by using a division of 1,000. I think it was 1,000, the division, to get calculating every single point instead of only every 6 when it rounds an entire percent. So this should be happening. If it is, then my change worked. That is expected.
Yes, and is that the was that just supposed to be the crit damage that is doing that? Because C rate seemed to still be needing
I did this for crit damage. I didn't actually do this for C rate because I forgot C rate exists. To be honest, though, in my defense, C rate hasn't been around that long in comparison to crit damage. But yeah, I probably forgot to do this for C rate as well. But that should be happening with C rate too, ideally.
So that does explain why every single point was giving more crit damage.
Well, that's the thing. I wanted it because otherwise, what ends up happening is, yes, you get to since you get 10 points per level, right? Or is it 12? I cannot remember.
Get 12.
12, yeah.
It's 12.
Yeah. It would feel, okay, you would still notice a difference, but it's nicer if you can notice a difference instead of when you reach a break point, because each point should technically be worth damage and not just you need to reach this break point, otherwise it does nothing. Like that's kind of
Yeah, this isn't a complaint or anything. I think that it being more linear instead of having breakpoints is sensible.
I feel like
Mostly
it's
I was
just
just trying to figure out what
to-
was going on.
I'm not gonna
because
say
I was...
simplify, but try to make it. This is gonna sound mean, but easier for the common person to understand. Like,
I think that's completely fair given how spaghetti the attack damage formula is.
yeah, it's just most people have no real clue of how things work. It's just I will equip this, and if damage go up, it's good. Like it's that seems to be many people's way of, and I get it. Like
Yeah,
looking at how you play official, it's such a mess, right? Like, it's just
Yeah, like I have been trying to get a spreadsheet together which will actually calculate physical damage, and it is still woefully inaccurate at this point because there's just so much stuff that it's like, well, documentation says it should work this way, and then either it's server differences or it's something else. It's just
the thing
it's
is,
a mess.
here's the fun part about all this, right? So not only did our Athena simply just have to guesstimate how many things work when they wrote the code, okay? Originally, long ago. Because, well, there wasn't any actual... Because these are server-side calculations that is... The same thing with attack speed formula, officially. We don't really know the exact formula for attack speed. We have tested it as much as we could,
Yep.
but at the end of the day, we don't have the Aegis source code to look what the formula actually is, right? And
So
it's-
for like I guess community servers like this one, then does the background like server side calculation, is that just something that enough people got together and racked their brains over it and said this seems close enough so we're using it? Or
I honestly can't tell you because this formula was probably written well over 15-20 years ago, and it has probably had some tweaks slightly to it over time since. But considering how, and yeah, people can slander me for saying this if they want, but considering how much shit that goes into the Arathena Master without little to no oversight, fuck knows, okay? I tried to look into it and tried to change it and rewriting a lot of the functions, but I'm also not perfect, so... But, like, all the different layers of what's been going on here, it's gonna be hard for it to be accurate to the point where you want it to be. You would have to just make it yourself. Like, that's honestly my best. And that is sort of where we're heading, in a way. But since it's still based on the Arathena default, I did rewrite the function to a degree, but not completely, right? It's still gonna have, because they just split it over so many different files, and it's just, the calculation is just all over the place. Like, it's I don't know why it's built that way, but to me it seems like you should just have one file that says, you know, this is the attack speed formula, and this file is the physical attack formula. Like, these things could be their own file. It would be so much simpler, but no? Like, we're not doing that.
There is a part of it which makes sense, just given how old RO is at this point. Like, a lot of stuff
Yeah, but
is
they've
going to
also
be legacy stuff
refactored
that
many times. That's the thing.
they've broken a lot of things in the process. There might be some things that they just are not willing to mess with, especially attack speed, because like hitting 193 is such a big leap up in terms of like what it allows certain builds to do. So if they were to do any changes and people suddenly didn't have their builds work on official, then like that would be wild.
No, like, the thing is, on official, this is never really a problem because you're basically capped out on everything so easily, because everything gives you such an insane amount of stats, right? Like, getting a high amount of this and a high amount of that isn't hard. People are wildly overcapped in many things because it's so easy to reach all these different things, right? Nobody
Is
cares.
attack speed one of those things, though?
Yes.
Like, some classes, like,
but
for
the
everyone,
thing is,
because some
unofficial,
classes, the malice is so
people who
gigantic.
try to reach these breakpoints will use real money, and once you start dipping into the cash shop gear, yeah, you're fine. Like, you don't give a fuck anymore. Just refine this a few times, and it gives 400 to this and 100 to that, and 20% here, 30% there. And then there's the little magic thing in RO, which is the dumbest shit I have ever seen in my life, which is, when it comes to attack speed, if you have plus 100%, no matter what you had before, you're set to 193 attack speed. because it reduces your attack speed by 100%, putting you at the cap instantly.
Okay. Yep.
It is such BS, and it's just horrible coding. But
Yeah,
basically, even
that's-
if you had 120 attack speed, which is basically the lowest you can get, because that is if you wear like a two-handed weapon on the wrong class and other things, right? Even if you had that, and you somehow got an item with plus 100% attack speed on it, you would be at 193 instantly. I don't know why the hell it's coded this way. It's like, it seems to think that 100% just removes any form of attack delay, which technically is true, but it should be 100% faster than what you have now. It shouldn't be 100% faster, like, with no delay at all. Like, that's not how it should work. That's the problem.
I would agree, especially if it's named attack speed. Like if it was called like
No,
attack
they
delay
renamed it.
reduction or
No.
something, but-
Here's the thing. Official renamed it to after attack delay. They did this bullshit.
Okay, so by their naming at least, I would say it's working the way it should.
Yeah,
but
but it's
the
a
main
dumb
question is
mechanic.
why did they make it work that way?
Yeah, but you also have, so here's the thing. You have two different stats now. You have plus attack speed, which is, the flat one, like +1, +2, +3, whatever, right? And then you have minus percent post attack delay, or whatever the fuck the actual name scheme is. It's this really long that nobody really... Like, why? Why are you splitting this into two? It's like they keep doing this with soft defense, hard defense, attack speed, attack post delay. Like, a cow with lipstick is still a cow, okay? It's just,
Yes.
It's
Now-
it's overcomplicated for no reason. Like,
Again, we are getting off topic here.
but I get angry. I get upset.
Yes. Somewhat related to it, you had mentioned that you were doing the like gunslinger and stuff.
Yes, I'm
skills
currently
wish now.
on Rebellion. I'm halfway through Rebellion. I finished Gunslinger. I'm halfway through Rebellion.
Yes. If you want any input or feedback or any of that kind of stuff, then like just reach out and I will do what I can. If you haven't been looking at the gunslinger feedback thing that I had written out, like I want to say a year ago at this point, there's a lot of information in there that will probably help with decision making.
Sorry, can you please repeat that again? Oh, okay. I heard half, and then my brain kind of, like, ADD, and it just went like it just kind of.
Yep. Yes.
Anyway, please repeat the last part you were saying about decision making.
Yes, general offer to help with anything gunslinger related, and also reminder if, like, I assume you're probably already have been looking at it, but the gunslinger feedback or class forum or whatever thing, the like write out I had done for
I have had
almost a year
glance
ago
at
at this point.
This is not gonna be a massive rework of the class though. Having said that, I have made changes to some skills. I have buffed some, I have nerfed, adjusted some, and I reduced the percent mana cost for the Fortune of the Rich to 3%, down from 10 or whatever it was. Because I know that was a point.
That does help.
Yes.
Now I
know you
I
said
still
you
kind
didn't
of feel like it should be
be
nothing, but like
having
because it's
said this-
essentially Zen, and Zen doesn't cost anything. But
Having said this, they're not going to be using mana at all once their entire resource rework comes in, so that's not really going to be a thing.
Okay, that is interesting to I guess be able to look forward to.
So that's why I'm not putting too. That's why I just reduced it down to 3% to not make it too overbearing, and it still puts some limitation on spammability for now. But
yes,
overall,
I think that largely solves it. I think there's still going to be a few things that probably is going to be a little bit extreme for, like I think there's an attack skill for Rebellion that uses all your coins, so like that essentially just means the attack skill is taking the Fortune for the Rich cost in addition to its regular cost, but that certainly is.
I'm basically so the main idea is that you're gonna use the coins as a system for your skills. You generate and you spend the coins, in a way, instead of mana. Somehow, I haven't really, like, basically you deal damage and it flips a coin. If you're lucky, you get the coin like in certain two sides of the coins. If you have heads or tails coins, it will alter how skills behave, stuff like that. Like it's gonna be a fun system once it's in, but you will not have to deal with mana when that goes live. You will have the coin system instead.
Okay.
Because they kind of feel like the highwaymen with gambling and coins, right? Like the guns and the do you know what I mean? Like
I do. I think that by the time they reached Night Watch, they were kind of stepping away from that identity, but
I think they should still have that identity though, because I liked it. I feel like it makes more sense because it makes them unique. Here's the thing, Cairo, I know we're getting off topic or off track, but I'm just making this point here. Cairo are removing a lot of class identity for the sake of streamlining things, and I don't like it. Because what's the point of having 20 unique classes if they all play the same? Like, what's the point?
I do agree there. Yeah, like there is, as it stands right now, there's a lot of similarities between Windhawk and Nightwatch.
Nightwatch
like, it's
right
mostly
now
just
is basically has less range than Windhawk. Like, but it's
strange because the skills. Have they been increased? Yeah, they did get Snake Eyes, but it is still kind of like some skills are essentially melee, like Vigilante at Night, which is the one that I use because it's.
I haven't really looked into their fourth skills. I just know they. So I don't have a problem with them having shorter range than Windhawk if they're tankier or deal higher damage, right? But essentially right now they just feel like a burstier, less ranged Windhawk, basically.
Well, yeah, they're very much damage for MVPs is very much you use your 2 steroids and you do a ton of damage and then they run out and then you cry for 2.5 minutes to 4.5 minutes.
I mean, we were actually talking about me and Rose earlier, like Johnny Rose, who was in the stream, and he was basically saying the insane damage he deals with this Night Watch. He's like, yeah, I just pop acceleration bullet and hidden card and EDP because he has I was like, yeah, I mean, of course, but putting the EDP card aside, that's obviously an MVP card, but the point is they are extremely. They can deal insane damage, and then they go down to doing very little damage.
Yep. Or the boss happens to use like recovery conversion as soon as you use those, and you're like, oh.
Well, I mean,
I
this
guess I'm
was
not
sort
doing
of on
anything this
purpose, because if you know the boss has recovery conversion, you can spread out your modifiers and try to get more sustained DPS. But it is definitely where people will use their steroids, spray and pray, and hope they get the kill before they die or before conversion, which, it's.
I feel like there's so much additional benefit to be gained from doing both of them, given that they multiply with each other, that you kind of need to stack them.
But that's sadly how modifiers and multipliers work, though. Like, unfortunately, unless they have 100% uptime, when you have multiple sources that increases your damage, and if they work together, you will get the most, mathematically speaking, you would get the most benefit from using both at the same time, because they will buff each other, no? Right? Like...
Yes. Yeah.
Like, the one you use last...
I'm mostly just saying it is unfortunate that sort of steers you towards just using them all at the same time, instead of like the other way around, because it lends itself to those situations where you just get completely cock-blocked by the MVP just deciding, no, actually you can't do damage for like 20 seconds.
It's actually 30. Oh no, wait, did I nerf it to 20? I can't remember.
It might be 30.
I know it used to be 30. Whether it's still 30 or not, I can't remember.
The specifics don't matter here. The point is, you are incentivized to do the thing, and that thing usually works pretty well, and that's why you have incentive to do it, except the times when it doesn't.
Maybe we could change recovery conversion to... before you say anything when I say permanent now, okay? Let me just explain what I mean. That certain MVPs will have it, and they will convert a certain amount of damage they take to HP for them all the time, instead of during this window you're fucked. Like, do you know what I mean?
So the that is interesting. I feel like it kind of is just another form of damage reduction at that point,
yeah, but
unless you have a source of healing reduction.
well, that's the thing. Like, it would work if you were able to do critical wounds on them, for example. We would make that work, right? So to bring
Yes.
that mechanic in to be viable, so you know, okay, this boss will heal like crazy. If I give them critical wounds, I can cut it in half, for example, right? Like they're not going to be immune to damage, because that's another thing. Once they use recovery conversion right now, you cannot leech, you cannot trigger your defensive,
Yeah.
you're fucked. Like, you're
Yeah,
just
you leave and come back in 30 seconds.
it's basically just a you get timed out now. Like that, you go sit in the corner, that's what you get to do.
Yeah, I don't think its current state is healthy, so I would welcome anything that
I
that
do
makes it less of an issue.
intend to agree. Like, for the longest time, the skill was bugged because of Arathena, and people were like, this skill isn't the problem. See, what was happening was, whenever the boss dealt damage to you, you would get healed during recovery conversion. So, when I was fighting Death Witch and she used recovery conversion on me, every time she hit me, I would get healed for like hundreds of thousands, right? It's just, and people are like, oh, but it's fine. I was like, but it's not working the way it should. And then when I fixed it, people went, what the fuck?
Yep.
Because people are like, no, what do you mean? It's because Athena had accidentally inverted theirs or whatever, right? I don't know if they fixed
Yes.
it by now, but it's just,
So
I am open
with
to changing these things as well.
yeah, with what you mentioned, I think it would certainly be just regardless a improvement over them having recovery conversion, because it's
I like
not just
mechanics
getting
people
put in timeout.
can, I'm not gonna say outplay, but that people can actually do anything with, instead of, this is it, fuck you. This is also why I'm gonna rework
Yes.
Dark Blessing, for example, because it's unfun as all hell. Like,
I
okay,
think that if you do that, maybe making additional sources of deep wounds is the one that reduces healing, right?
critical wounds, but yeah, yes, that is
Critical
the one,
wounds,
yeah.
additional sources of that, like in terms of cards and stuff, might be a good thing to do at the same time, just because not a whole lot of classes get that intrinsically.
Yeah, no,
Also,
I know what you're saying, but there are a few...
Can that status be applied to MVPs right now, even?
No, you cannot debuff
Okay, that's another
MVPs.
change.
So, I mean,
That's
obviously
another
this would have to, yeah. But currently it cannot. So obviously this would have to be a thing as well. But yeah, like, this could be a change to recovery conversion, and we could just call it something else. I've also tinkered with ways to change Earthquake to make it physical Earth element damage. Because people don't really gear against Earth element, because nothing really deals Earth element damage. Like, nothing that matters. It's such an
pretty uncommon.
Exactly. And if
I think there's gonna need to be a fair amount of adjustment with that one, just given how Earthquake normally works, where it's normally like neutral except not neutral damage, right?
It's,
like, I don't
it's
think
melee, but it's
works
ranged, but it's also neutral. But it's sometimes, like, it can even be magic depending on the circumstances. The thing is so fucked. I can't even begin to...
Yeah, like, I remember reading at one point for Sage that, like, one of the things they were good for,
yeah, you can fuck
elemental
over
resistance
Ifrit,
at
for
least,
example.
was that you could make Earthquake actually into an element that could be resistant.
Yes. That only kind of works, though, when elemental levels was a thing. Because you need something that is elemental level 4, which is Ifrit. And then you would do a fire insignia, and then that would endow him with fire element, and then you would stand and have a fire armor and stand in the fire thing, and then
I don't think the enemy's element actually mattered for that one, because the insignias just gave everyone endow, so it made their damage that, like,
no,
it
literally only worked with fire insignia and Ifrit, as far as I remember.
Really? I thought Ifrit was just the common thing that earthquaked people, and that's why it kind of had that reputation.
That could also be it as well. But yeah, basically there was some fuckery you can do, and I'm all for
Yeah.
letting people do fuckery with like the professor skills are really cool. I mean, I did shrink them to try and make them a bit more instead of you need to have 12 different levels on your hotbars because fuck that.
Yes, I overall I like the change. I think that there are some spots that chafe a little bit regarding it, but
I feel
I'm
like
not sure
as
how
long
you
as
would
we move
really.
in the right direction with
Yeah,
changes, we'll be okay. Like
I
it's,
I feel overall it was a good change. Yeah.
but there's gonna be more changes needed, you know, before it. There's always gonna be a viable improvement, right? So it's, I feel like as long as you take steps to try and make things more, at the lack of better words, more better.
Yes.
I feel like it's fine.
I guess while I'm thinking of them, like there are two things I would want to bring up for Elemental Master. The first one is the poison elemental. I
You
feel
mean
like
the
it's just not.
serpents?
Yeah, serpents. I feel like it's just not very good right now because there isn't like mostly you just want whichever one you are using for like the instantaneous effects, which I think is earth or water, and it's generally going to be earth because it does just 20% more damage because it's got the better.
Well,
better
see,
percentage.
the reason for this as well is because water is a lot more common to go up against things that are weak to water than things that are weak to earth. So it's kind of like I did this where earth has higher base damage and usually higher mana costs because there's fewer things that are weak to earth element than there are that are weak to water and fire and stuff.
Mhm.
But yeah, I do know what you're saying. Like, there's a huge
Yeah,
disparity
like
between the elements.
yeah, generally for the elements, you would only use either the water or the earth one because they're the ones that you can spam at attack speed and they do way more damage within like the 10 seconds that your DOTs last than
Well, I mean, you
the
could put down
DOTs
one
do. So
DOT and like I would
no,
usually.
you can. It's just like running the numbers. If you are sitting in there like with your DOTs running and then you just start spamming earth, then
Yeah,
you're
see,
getting like 30, 40 earth attacks off, and it does a lot more than the DOT does over that time. So you pick the elemental that boosts your earth or your water.
there are some
Oh.
things coming worth talking about to address this. There's a new stat coming called Haste, which reduces time between DOT ticks.
So that would absolutely mix things up for that. Yes.
Yes. This is something that is basically 80 to 90% done locally. I still need to do some testing though to make sure it works the way it should before I push it.
Yes.
But yeah, that is a new stat that is coming. Because I was trying to figure out a way to make damage over time skills on magic classes more interesting and useful.
Yes, and that's another thing that I noticed when I traded for the Stefan card, which I've got the bug report for. It seems like it's the card that's sort of meant to make EM better, except it doesn't really do that much for EM. Like it feels like it's better for AM. Because the auto proc chance for
Because Lightning Land isn't stacking to begin with.
It just replaces it. So
Yeah.
like you're getting absolutely nothing from that because you're gonna have one out anyways. And then it boosts the water move, which only gets it to the same baseline as the earth one, which means you can use either or, and you'll use whichever one is better for that
Now,
element.
there is
it's also
something-
assuming a plus 20 weapon.
There
and,
is something
armor,
in
but-
this that you need to consider that I guess you might not have thought about. Lightning Land and the Crystal Storm, Ice, or whatever the fuck it's called, the water one.
It doesn't. We don't need the specific name for this
Right.
conversation. I don't
They
remember
will
it either.
apply a debuff each that increases damage taken from certain things. They will apply Torrent and Lightning Strike.
This is a thing I brought up beforehand. Nobody knows what those statuses do. It isn't information that is available like anywhere.
Actually, I did look this up. So there's a few things here. All the different ones, okay? Arson, also known as Blaze. This is what Conflagration does.
Yep.
Armor element becomes fire 1 and it deals damage over time. It's like our ignite, but Kairo's version. Okay. Now,
So, at least in like I read some things about them changing the elements, and I tried to do tests, and I wasn't noticing elements changing.
no, but
Though this
here's
was like
the
more than a
thing,
year ago. Maybe it's been changed.
Hang on, let's see if I can find the other ones. I know one is called light. Oh yeah, there's one called deadly deficiency, which is this is irrelevant because we don't use this here. But it negates magic immunity for fixed duration. So people having GTB, for example, when you use the old deadly projection, which is spectral sovereignty now, would remove immunity, which is kind of cool. But we don't really use that, so it doesn't matter.
Yes, I think first and foremost, the information on what these statuses do should be made available somewhere.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I'm just trying to find the effects I'm referring to so I can tell you exactly what they do, just for the sake of discussion here.
Also, I think the Earth One crystallization is one of the ones that gets, it gets cancelled as soon as they take damage, and it's dealt while you've got a bunch of DOTs, so it really doesn't matter.
Ah, yes. Rapid chilling on Cairo. I love how they haven't even updated it themselves. Hang on, let me show you a screenshot what it looks like.
If you're gonna link me what's on the IRO wiki.
Yeah, exactly. But the way
I've seen this.
Yeah.
When I was trying to figure out what they do, I went here. I saw that fucking Maro had a bit, which I wasn't even sure if that was like.
Honestly, what we're gonna do is we're probably just gonna change these into doing what we want them to do. Because whatever the hell they're supposedly to doing, I don't understand how Cairo could release 4th jobs when either the debuffs that they made the debuffs have sprites, names, icons, and they're attached to skills, but they seemingly don't do anything or nobody knows what the fuck they do. Yes. I don't get it. It's absolutely insane.
Yes, like I also don't know, like, are these things that replace each other, or can they all happen concurrently, or like any of that? Some of them I think are just stopped by damage, like the Earth one I think is essentially frozen but Earth. Honestly, so it just immediately gets stopped by another proc
doing something like, I feel like the best course of action for us, okay, would be something like make it so they have a chance to cause, let's say, blaze, which increases damage taken from fire for a certain amount for a short while. You know, something like that would make sense. Or that it stacks. Every time you get blaze effect, it stacks, like the poison debuff that Assassin has, for example. Like something that actually matters instead of, what does it do?
Which poison debuff is that? Like, does
that's a
RO
custom
even...
one. Okay, so you remember the veil, Nightshade Veil that everybody was dying to?
I do,
yeah. So Nightshade is the system that magic assassins use. Nightshade Veil, Nightshade Infusion, Nightshade stacks. Each stack of Nightshade reduces your poison resistance by 1%, stacking up to 50 times on a single person. And this can come from Venom Decimation, Venom Explosion, or like all of these different Venom skills, so assassins can stack them up on targets. And I'm thinking we can do something not similar, but something on the other end. So instead of reducing target's resistance, it increases damage taken from that element by X%. For
I was unaware that debuffs that could stack were a thing that RO even like.
No, this is custom. That doesn't exist officially. This is custom. Okay. Much like old Dragon Breath called Tiamat here.
Nightshade Veil itself, is it doing correct damage? Because like
it should be now, because I fixed it, because it was doing way too much during the Rift situation.
Like, yes, was it just assuming it had max stacks or something, or was the
no? It was basically telling people that I don't care what your resistances, reductions, or anything is. I'm gonna deal true damage to you because fuck you. Basically.
Oh, yep, that would do it.
It basically we tested it with. I had 99% damage reduction on my GM. Stood in the cloud, died. Like, okay.
Yep.
It literally it did the same damage, 75k per tick, whether I was naked or was wearing the GM items like Ahura Mazda and Angra Manu and shit. It did not care whatsoever. Which is why people were getting destroyed by it, because normally you have some resistances from like magic defense or some
like
reductions that will cut into it, right?
Yes.
Whether it
like
reduces
even,
to 0, but it will still help. 20% here, 30% there, whatever. Like,
even just with a mix of like 180 and 200 gear, you'll generally have like 350 plus of them, which is a third less. So if it's getting past that, then like
yeah, no, it was
course,
just any modifier you had was completely just overlooked. Because I accidentally, it was also doubling the damage by accident, because it was, I made it before I did the change to min and max, and I forgot to change it, so it was adding min and max together, which here now is the same value, right?
Yep.
So it was just being like, so if you have 1,000, instead of it being from 800 to 1,200, it's gonna be 1,000 plus another 1,000. Let's go.
It would be 600 to 1,400, but yeah.
Sorry, yeah, you're right. But yeah, it was basically just adding min and max values together. Because it was still set to between min and max, but it was adding min and but yeah, that plus ignoring any form of resistance or reduction you had whatsoever.
Okay.
Which has been fixed.
Getting back to the original questions, creative or creativity. I think it's
CRT
called
or create. I call it creativity,
CRT.
but it's called CRT officially, so which is a weird name in general, but who knows? But yeah,
anyways, that one.
Yes.
When I was testing it, there was the like per level thing, which seems to just be that it is. It's been done in a way such that flooring doesn't impact it as much. The thing that I noticed when I was testing it was it seemed like the damage increase that I was expecting was not the damage increase that I was seeing. Now, if it, like, is the critical damage that creativity is supposed to be adding right now, is that just additive with other critical damage sources, or did it come at...
It basically works just like any other ones. Like, it doesn't multiply your other... It just adds onto it. If you have 20% from that or 20% from a card, it will be the same. Like, then you'll have...
Something is going on there then, because I was testing with like next to no crit and then adding like 150 crit and like checking based on gear and multipliers and calculating, and the amount that I should have been seeing was not the amount that I was seeing, and it seemed like it was probably not C rate that was broken.
Considering how C rate is basically like working as, like, C rate hasn't really been touched by me much.
Yeah.
It's basically been the way it was coded originally, because I see no reason to change it at the moment. However, creativity giving critical chance and critical damage is custom. So if there's a problem, it's probably coming from that. Like, I'm honest enough to admit this. If there's an issue, it's probably coming from my customizations.
I think it's critical damage specifically that has some sort of an issue with it, because I'm pretty sure when I did testing...
than you would expect, or higher?
Let me see if my notes were...
Because that makes a huge difference what the problem is, like, whether it's too high or too low.
I think I was seeing two... Sorry, let me see if I have it in my notes still.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying,
my notes
if
are
you note it down,
mess, though it might take a bit.
I mean, like I said, obviously it being inaccurate, it needs fixing either way. I was just... It becomes different for me how I tackle it. He says it's higher. Johnny Rose says you get higher damage than you should be.
Okay.
I mean, that's what he's saying. I haven't tested it, so this is the first time hearing that it's inaccurate, so...
Okay. Like, I
could it be that it's multiplying your entire critical damage instead of
that is what I was wondering. That's why I was asking if it was supposed to, like,
it shouldn't. It should be the same critical damage as from any other sources. So if you have 150% from creativity somehow and 150% from gear, you should have 300%, not 150% times 150%. Like,
Yeah, like
again, that is the
the
intended
main
design.
yeah the main thing that I remember from when I was doing these tests was that I was getting the amount of creativity that would have been equivalent to just having 30% from a Wandering Wolf card, and
Oh, new
seeing
item.
and sort of seeing how things lined up with that, accounting for the C rate difference, and they were not the same number. So something was going on. I can keep looking at my notes and see if I can figure it out. These are sometimes my annotations for my notes are good, and sometimes they do not have enough context anymore.
That's... I'm gonna say that happens to me as well. I try to document things more better these days, but I completely feel that sometimes I'll just... Like, once I wrote a note for myself that a skill wasn't working as it should, but I didn't say what or how. I spent
Yep.
like hours trying to figure out what was wrong with the skill. Gavel of Pain.
Okay. All I have in my notes is that
It's wrong.
It's wrong, essentially. Yeah, that it didn't seem like it was stacking additively with other critical damage percent sources. Something
I
else
would
that
have
I
to look
also
into this,
noticed.
but yeah. Again,
Yeah,
I'm not gonna say I'm not surprised because that sounds really self-deprecative, but things happen.
The formulas are a mess. I
Yeah.
do not blame you for mistakes happening in there. Like I'm sure it's incredibly easy to look at something and go, "Oh, it works this way. I just need to change this," and then you find out later, "Oh, this thing is also affected by like these two things that are in
Yeah, this
random
happens a
places."
lot.
That yeah.
Because things are just all over the place.
Yes. Another thing I noticed was it seemed like you changed the crit chance calculation.
What do you mean?
Like beforehand, it seemed like luck was actually using just luck divided by 3, and
That's
now
what
it
it should
seems like
do.
it's multiplied by 0.3 instead, which is not the same thing. And it seems like CRT beforehand was divided by 6, and now it seems like it's just being multiplied by 0.16. Which
I mean, I know I did the
they're
thing
similar.
I did the thing with crit damage to try and give people, like we discussed this earlier, right? With the bonus showing up. Instead of on every 6 you would see a difference in damage because you bypass the 1% mark. So crit damage showing on everything like that's... I think I probably tried a formula like that too, but on crit chance, I don't remember changing crit chance at all. I might have accidentally done it on that as well.
It seems like it's happening on crit chance as well. Again, this is just based on what the status menu is telling me. Beforehand, it seemed like it was correct. Now I can't
I mean,
tell.
before
And
I had the
testing that
issue
stuff
where when I
is
put into creativity, I didn't get any crit chance on my sheet at all. So
okay. It was impacting the sheet. Like how long ago was this?
I don't know, a week ago when I was doing when I was changing it.
That's very strange to me. Okay, like
Because I
that's
remember
around the same time
that's
that I was
why
doing
I changed the
tests.
crit damage, and the crit chance I fixed it so it would actually show up, but that wasn't supposed to be an actual mechanic change. That was just supposed to be a display change.
Yeah. Well,
because every 3 luck should give you 1% crit chance. Like that is...
yeah. All I can say is basing it off of what I can see in the status menu, assuming that those values are correct, it seemed like it was no longer divided by 3, it seemed like it was times 0.3 and times 0.16 instead of divided by 6. Since at exactly 250 creative, I was not getting the expected amount. Like it would have been, if it was divided by 6, it would have been 41, and then 0.6, which gets floored. It would have been 41, and instead it was 40.
I mean, I can do another sweep and see what's fun. Like, my main thing was just I wanted it to be displayed properly. I wasn't trying to actually change the... It could just be that it's a display issue as well. It might actually be working properly backend if the display isn't working.
It is possible, yes. So
I'm not making excuses, I'm just saying this could be a thing as well. Because I do think the reason it was coded the way it was before is because the game does notoriously bad with like split percentages. Like it doesn't do well with that.
I think I had thrown in some tests for like going 1 point before the 0.16 would have done it, and I wasn't seeing any change there. Like it was only once I had the amount that seemed like it aligned with 0.16. So at this point, I'm wishing my notes were more complete with annotation.
I mean, the thing is, you're still helping by telling me, okay, these things aren't working, right? It's not your job to fix everything. Like, I'm just saying, any help it's appreciated. Like, you know, if you tell me, okay, it's not working, would it be better if I got more info? Yes. But at the same time, it also doesn't fall on you to figure out what the problem is.
Yes. My main drive for figuring this stuff out is trying to get my spreadsheet to work so that I can accurately see what changes to my build will give me more damage.
No, I get it. Like, but it also helps everybody else.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, I'm not gonna say unintentionally, but it does help everybody.
Yes.
You know, like, I mean, we've had some people who spreadsheet things and then they refuse to share them because I did the work and nobody else should benefit from it. Like that type of mentality. And I'm like, and they're like, I also don't want to tell people because then it will be nerfed. Like, bro, that's a really, really bad way of looking at things.
No, that last justification I do not agree with whatsoever. I think that anybody that is withholding like balance and bug information for personal benefit it's a scummy thing to do.
Oh,
and,
no, definitely.
Like, eventually these things are going to get discovered.
Yep.
It's just
we had a situation
leaving things not working
where somebody
correctly.
reported eventually. So this was long ago, and when the server was relatively new, and there was a problem, like job levels were so hard to come by at this point because we had, like, the way I designed the server back then was that job levels should be really hard and should matter, so you couldn't get much job EXP really easily, okay? And we had somebody who eventually reported that a mob was giving too much job EXP, and I was like, okay, that's cool. But then I looked at their character. They were max job level, even though their base level was really low.
Yep.
Meaning, they had been doing this...
they absolutely took advantage of it before noting it.
When I rolled back their job levels, all hell broke loose, basically.
Yep.
Because they were saying that they had earned this fair and square, they had just done other quests that gave a little bit more. I was like, bro, your max job level, you're like 120/70 or something. Like, what are you on about?
Yes. Yeah, I try to be pretty good about, like, reporting that stuff, and if it's, like, really significant, I try and not play that character if it's, like, even if it's a thing that's core to that character
I get that
functioning.
sometimes...
But if it's a smaller thing, I usually just say whatever. I put in the bug report, it'll get fixed.
But my point is just that they didn't accidentally do it once or twice, and okay, you know, if they would have gotten...
made a concerted long-term effort.
Yeah, like, look, if he would have gotten 1 or 2 free job levels out of this by accident before noticing it, I wouldn't have cared. But when he literally goes to max job level while barely getting any base levels and then report it so it would be fixed so other people couldn't have the same job levels as him on purpose from exploiting a bug, this I cannot let go.
That it's absolutely an issue, and
and he was saying it was my own fault for not looking through everything, and he turned really salty, and then he was gonna take down the server, and he was gonna... It was all kinds of...
Yikes. Yeah.
But yeah, we've had people who behave that way, basically. Then we had another person who is the complete opposite. They no longer play, but they figured out an exploit to get infinite bloody card albums. And they told it to me, and I was like, what do you mean? And then they traded me 13 bloody card albums that they gotten in the last 2 hours.
Yeah.
And what did I do?
Yeah.
I decided I let them keep one for reporting it and being honest. To reward people for being honest, you know, encourage it, right?
Yes.
But you see the difference, right? In player type,
yeah.
it's just
like
absolutely...
one person was like, "Hey, I'm handing these over because it's definitely broken."
Yeah, but
and the other person was like,
anything.
"I have purposely exploited this bug for like a week or something to max it, and now I will let it not be known."
So nobody else can do it. Like it's. Yeah. I mean, when I was on official RO, like on Euro, I found a bug, and the GMs refused to fix it because they would say, "Oh, we're gonna look into it, blah blah blah." And I knew some people were exploiting it, like streamers. I'm not gonna say their names, but there were some prominent streamers back on Euro that were bug exploiting this. And what I did, I went into the Discord of EURO and broadcasted the bug publicly so everybody could exploit it. Then the servers were taken down and they fixed it. And then the other streamer got angry with me and banned me from his Discord. And the GMs warned me, saying that I was inciting player bad behavior. I was like, are you drunk? I literally did this because nobody listened to me how game breaking this was, and this other streamer was doing it for so long. So the bug, you know how fixed cast time is a thing on official, right?
Yep.
What was discovered was that if you put on temporal dex boots to reduce your fixed cast time by 0.5 seconds, take them off and put them back on again, you stack the effect.
Of course. Okay,
Yep. Thank you for the follow, Joseph Victor. Welcome to the stream. And another streamer was abusing the shit out of this by spamming acid demonstration like a degenerate. And they shared it on their Discord to share it with their crowd and their people. And I was in there, and I was like, what the fuck? No, hell no. And then I informed the GMs, but here's the thing, this streamer was friends with the GMs, and they were saying, oh, we've already been alerted to this, and it's going to be fixed. And I was like, okay, but why isn't it fixed now? And it takes time to... I was like, dude, this is one line of code that you need to write on the item. This does not take long. Fix it.
Yes. So
and they kept saying they were basically hand-holding this other streamer because he was bringing in a lot of people and generating income for the server, like the officials and the GMs. And anyways, so I went into the official Discord and broadcasted the bug, and then later that day the server was basically going into emergency maintenance, and instead of fixing it, they disabled the effect completely on the boots. And the other streamer went absolutely ballistic on me and banned me from his Discord, and the GMs warned me and blah 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 blah. I was like, bro, either let everybody use it or let nobody use it, okay?
Yes. Overall, I think I do agree with the decision you made there. I do want to inquire if you, like, when you were talking with the GMs and they were ignoring you, if you said, like, if nothing is done, then I will do this, just to sort of give some sort of a warning, because coming out of the blue and just posting it everywhere is an extreme escalation.
I talked to the GMs in private for days trying to get them to fix this. So this wasn't done in a few minutes, okay? This was done over several days, and eventually I got fed up and posted this because they kept saying it's gonna be fixed and this and that. On the new ladder fixing bug on Bale, Joseph Victor, I'm sorry, we're not discussing D2 at the moment. We're actually discussing Ragnarok Online, but I don't know about that bug, I'm afraid. I don't know. I know that happens if you walk out of the room and back in, it will spawn the next wave, because he thinks there's no wave anymore for whatever reason. But I've never heard of the bug you're describing. But yeah, just to circle back to that thing very quickly, this basically took place over several days, and at the time I was leading the largest community on this server, the Bad Omen community, and I wasn't trying to, like, you know, wave this big dick thing around. I was basically saying, this is a huge bug, you need to fix it. Fixed cast time should be hard to come by because of how strong it is, and this basically just nullifies it completely.
Yep.
And they were like, yeah, it's gonna be fixed, blah blah. It's hard. I was like, no, it isn't. No, it fucking is. Like,
Yep.
it was just excuse after excuse, and then I basically just went public with it to force their hand. Either
Yes.
disable it or fix it. I don't care which one. Just do one or the other. But yeah, Joseph, I sadly don't know anything about the bug you're describing. Where are you from?
While they take a moment to respond, another thing I meant to ask about is the Heart Hunter Evil MVP card. Was, like, I saw it got changed. Is it meant to just give the refinement bonus to critical damage all the time, even when you don't have the proc? The proc still gives 50%, but the refine bonus to critical damage
that should be permanent.
Seems to be all the time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is how I made it. 1 second.
Like, I can tell you right now that it is just giving the refine bonus to both
yeah, exactly.
critical chance and damage all the time. It's just I wasn't sure if the proc...
And then the refines give you a static one alongside a higher proc chance. Yeah, no, that is intended. That is how I...
Okay, I was wondering, since beforehand it was that the critical damage scaled, like, the critical damage of the proc scaled with refinement, but if it's now supposed to be... the proc is 50%, but doesn't increase in
the
efficacy,
frequency
and it's
will
just
increase
the base.
because I did adjust the frequency, like the it used to be 2% base.
Yes.
And now it's down to 1% base. So you do get more uptime with higher refines on the 50% extra.
Okay, technically you need the plus 20 to get higher, but yes, there is the chance for higher now.
No, I just meant in general, refining will increase the how often, not compared to before. Just refining will increase how often you proc now. Like,
yes.
I'm not saying it's stronger than it was before.
Okay, so refinement is only supposed to be the chance of the proc. It's not supposed to scale the strength of the proc anymore.
Exactly, and then refine also increases your base crit and crit damage, I believe, on this card.
Yes, I was just checking because it worked one way before, and just making sure that the intent of the card was changed, like, on purpose, and it wasn't a mistake.
No, this was I was doing some thinking on this, and this is what I came up with. I'm not saying it's the best way of doing it, but it's how I ended up doing it, and I feel like it's okay. But if people hate it, we can always discuss it. But
I'm fine with it. Just I wanted to make sure that it was functioning correctly.
Yeah, no, it is.
Okay. I would also say, like, maybe the tooltip could be a little bit more clear on it, I guess, especially given the old effect worked one way and the new one works the other way. Like, it's a little bit ambiguous of if it's increasing the critical damage during the proc or if it's just in general. But that's a smaller issue.
I thought the tooltip was pretty clear, but I mean, if you don't think so, I can of course look.
Being familiar with the card beforehand is probably impacting. Yeah. So, like, it might just be that. I'm also not really sure how you would reword it to be more clear on it being like
I thought it's pretty basic at the moment on how it's worded. Like, I'm not sure how I could type in brackets not the proc, like, but then people be like, what does that mean? Like, it's just...
yeah,
I'm not sure.
It's probably not worth changing. I shouldn't have brought that up even.
Nah, I mean, if it's on your mind, you should bring it up. Whether that's, I mean, sometimes we have good ideas, sometimes we have bad ideas, but having ideas beats not having ideas. Okay, usually.
Yep. Okay. I think that is it for the questions I have for damage. I need to do some testing of things at this point. I've got other questions if you're open to them, but I've already been talking your ear off for, like,
we can keep chatting. I'm actually gonna take down the stream in a minute, and then we can just keep hanging out if you want. I've been streaming for like 5 hours, so I'm gonna hang out in Discord voice chat for a while instead.
Okay. I guess I will continue on with my questions then.
Yeah,
the first one is, it's already been like brought up before in either bug reports or feedback or something, but Madness being 49 floors.
Oh yeah,
Is
yeah, no,
that something that like
this is an unintended bug, and I will tell you why. And the reason I'm gonna see if I can fix this and set the max to 51 floors so people get their actual 50 floors. But
Yep.
the reason this is happening is because I set it so every time you enter, it costs you a floor. Unfortunately, this happens the first time you enter as well. So there's no distinction being made for when you actually enter the instance the first time. So the first floor eats 2 floors technically.
Yes, I don't really need to know the specifics. Mostly, I'm just wondering, should I make another bug report just so
I'm
that it's
aware of
easier to
this,
track?
and I
Or,
honestly I will see if I can fix it for the changes to Madness on Thursday with the minis.
Okay.
Before we continue, I'm just gonna say, people on stream, thank you so much for coming in and hanging out. If you want to play RO with us, me here, and find the server. Joseph Victor, welcome to the stream. Johnny Rose, Masao, Nightbot for being a Chad, you know. All good people, nice to see you. Arundel for hanging out in voice chat with me.
That's me.
Yeah, it is. So yeah, have a fantastic Sunday. It's Sunday, yes? Right?
It's Sunday where I am, at least.
It's Sunday here too. Anyways, have a fantastic Sunday, and I will see you probably tomorrow, I think. See? So have a good one, guys. Thanks for coming in.